Chapter 1463. There were all kinds of speculations about the convention. Some believed that it was to deal with Li Qia, while others said that it was to determine the next sea god in order to avoid excessive wars. In fact, such things had happened before. Immortal emperors had been decided through this particular convention. These meetings made the three races of heaven's spirit work together in order to defeat the chosen ones from the other 8 worlds so that their own could have this title. As for the sea god's role, the Lithodides sea god was chosen after stabilizing his own position through the convention. Right now, the sea shield prince, the 7 martial goddess, and the true martial goddess had the best chance to become the next sea god. The sea demons might be using this opportunity to pick one of them. The true martial goddess was clearly the most optimistic among the 3. Nevertheless, the other 2 weren't bad either, especially the prince since he had the Conch overlord as his backing. This overlord was the son of a sea god, and with regards to seniority, he far exceeded the other children of sea gods. However, some also thought that this convention was about the medicine of immortality because the summon to the Divine Ridge Citadel was too hasty. Thus, many believed that this was a ploy to form an alliance between powerful lineages and individuals to obtain the medicine. The convention borrowed a large space from the Traians. The old ministers of many sea gods came as well in order to stop troublemakers and to prevent unwanted complications. The old ministers are keeping the peace for this convention? Many were surprised to hear this. It meant that this convention was held to a very high standard. Any disruptor would be severely punished. These ministers used to work under sea gods, so they were quite influential in heaven's spirit. Thus, any troublemakers must think twice before being rash here. The convention finally began as many cultivators rushed into the temporary venue. Even though the decision-makers were from the powerful lineages, even the weaker ones were allowed to enter. Because of this, the venue was quickly filled with a sea of people, including members of all races. Despite the high volume, the venue was still orderly without any confusion. The participators sat in accordance with their status and sect. No one dared to do anything out of line. After all, the presence of the ministers prevented any mishaps, otherwise death might be the outcome. Rumble. Right when people were seated, a series of explosions occurred. 2 carriages shattered the void while causing the world to quake. They lined up together and sailed into the venue. Everyone was rendered breathless by the auras that came from them. Someone shouted after seeing the carriages, "Meng Jintian and the Prince of Darkness are here." Jintian still emitted an aura capable of suppressing the heavens with divine rings coming out of his body. Each of these rings emitted an unbearable pressure. His carriage was being pulled by a half-phoenix with the crimson flame ancestor holding the reins. As for the Prince of Darkness, his carriage was completely black and seemingly made from some ancient metals. The carriage itself emitted a chill that went straight to the bone. The prince became famous long ago. Despite being an ancient character, he still looked very young with his black crown. Atop of his head was a divine reflection as dark as ink. This mirror looked like an abyss. Anyone who stared at it would fall deep into the bottomless abyss and disappear forever. Because of this, many didn't dare to look at him. His divine reflection was too scary. Anyone who took a glance at it would feel their knees giving in and barely be able to stand straight. After arriving, the 2 went to their respective pavilions. The whole venue was made in the shape of a fan. The very top had 3 separate royal thrones reserved for sea gods, tree fathers, and immortal emperors. Of course, these 3 beings were absent today, the seats were merely there as a formality. Below these 3 royal thrones was another row with floating pavilions in the air. They were linked together to form a huge hall. Only characters on the same level as Meng Jintian and the prince were eligible to be in there. These were the main decision-makers of this convention, the supreme experts. Further down were rows of seats meant for cultivators from all over the world. A bit after the duo arrived, a middle-aged man landed from the sky. His arrival signaled strange images of trees growing in the air with countless leaves falling down. It gave the venue a newfound vigor. This was naturally the Terra King. He didn't converge his aura at all, so visual phenomena always accompanied him. Many were surprised to see him walking into the venue with such an assertive posture. After all, there were many important characters here while he was unknown. This was quite an incredible showing. However, the unbelievable happened. The old ministers led the way and allowed him to enter one of the pavilions as well. To be eligible to sit in a pavilion like Xintian and the prince, just who the heck is he? Many were startled to see this scene. After all, only the influential powerhouses were able to stay in those buildings. However, this middle-aged man called the Terra King was able to do so. No one could guess his real identity. Even god monarchs from the previous generation were unfamiliar with him. Someone who was very knowledgeable patted his chest to guarantee that the Terra King wasn't a famous character at all. He definitely never showed his face to the world before. Another team came right afterward. They all had magnificent auras with soaring blood energies. Anyone would retreat before such a mighty army coming from the distance. It was led by an old man with ashen hair. He was trembling while walking down the road, so the Sea Shield Prince was helping him. Despite being a famous contemporary genius, he still acted very respectfully before this old man. There was a sacred light behind him. Despite not exerting his invincible divinity, there was a shadow standing there. It was distant and untouchable as if it was located deep in space. Nevertheless, it was definitely present behind the old man. Because of this shadow, anyone would feel frightened while standing in front of him. Some sea demons even kneeled at its sight. The divine Conch Prince is here. Even the older generation respectfully spoke after seeing the old man. This was the Conch Overlord, and the shadow behind him was the Conch Sea God. The sea demons were worshipping the old sea god. The Overlord was also led into a pavilion since he was qualified to be there in terms of status and position. Even Meng Jintian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Terra King stood up to greet him. So exciting, it looks like I'm here on time. A leisurely voice came about not long after the Overlord took his seat. These words immediately attracted countless eyes. Fiercest is here. Someone screamed while looking at the youth with a carefree smile on his face. Li Qie cheerfully walked into the venue. No sea demons dared to stop him from participating. The ones in charge even guided him into the area where the humans were sitting. Fiercest is so domineering, he actually dared to come even under such circumstances. Both friends and foes spoke with admiration. There were rumors that this convention was meant to deal with Li Qie. Plus, because of the top experts presiding over it, anyone who came would be at a disadvantage. People thought that since there were so many enemies here, Li Qie might not show up. There was the risk of them working together to kill him here. Who would have thought that he would come and all by himself too? Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain yet he still goes up. This courage and determination is indeed worthy of reaching for the throne. A sea demon god monarch became a fan of Li Qie. Chapter 1464, Li Qie entered and smiled at everyone. He leisurely strolled in as if this was his own garden. Meng Jintian, the Prince of Darkness, the Terra King, and the Conch Overlord also looked at him from their pavilions with glints in their eyes. However, they were all influential big shots with illustrious fame. Despite their past grievances with him, they still remained calm under this situation. Li Qie looked around and said, "So many came I see. It would be good if everyone is here. I can take this rare opportunity to deal with all the past grievances. There's no need to run back and forth." His arrogant tone left everyone breathless. Many couldn't help but praise him in their minds. An expert slowly praised, "This brat is arrogant and overbearing to a crazy level." Everyone knew about the feud between Jintian and Li Qie. With all of his enemies here, he was still completely unperturbed and was even provoking them. Anyone would have to admire him in this situation. "Fellow Daoist, the human clan's section is over here." A sea demon was leading Li Qie towards the humans' seating area. It was a desolate corner at the back of the venue, like a vacant place meant for a squatting beggar. Humans have been weak at Heaven's Spirit for a long time and had no status worth mentioning. It was easy to see that they would be arranged to sit in this tiny corner. Li Qie didn't bother giving it a glance before dismissively speaking. Who says that I want to sit there? Human cultivators sit over there. The sea demon guide put on a stern face. Many sea demons didn't like him and viewed him as an enemy. If they weren't afraid of Li Qie's power, they would have attacked him already. In their eyes, humans were only a minor race akin to little insects. Since when were they allowed to be so presumptuous? Alas, Li Qie was too heaven-defying. There was nothing they could do. I will sit over there. Li Qie glanced at the top and smiled. That's reserved for the 3 supreme races. The sea demon turned a bit cold at this moment. What is this about supreme? They're only a bunch of weaklings. Li Qie smiled and went forward. Sir, please show some respect. An old man blocked his way. There were divine diagrams on his body with dozens of experts accompanying him. It was clear that none of them were weak due to their powerful blood energies. That's a minister. Someone whispered, I heard there are 8 old ministers in total presiding over this convention. Li Qie glanced at him and flatly said, back down, good dogs don't block the way. The old man's expression immediately changed. He had worked under a sea god before and had an illustrious prestige that was respected by all. But now, Li Qie showed disdain right away. How could he not become angry? The old minister raised his voice. You should sit where you belong, don't trouble yourself. Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, I'll be sitting up there at the foremost position. The old minister coldly said, the pavilions are meant for the 3 supreme races, please go back. Who says that I want to sit at those pavilions? A bunch of nobodies wants to sit on the same level as me? Go, place an imperial throne in front of those 3 royal thrones and I shall sit there. Such words left everyone gasping for breath. Everyone knew just how domineering he was. If he really wanted to sit in a pavilion, this old minister wouldn't have been able to do anything to him outside of just creating some minor annoyances. But now, Li Qie actually wanted to sit above the 3 thrones that symbolized the greatest existences. Remember, they represented an immortal emperor, a sea god, and a tree father of heaven's spirit. Even Jintian and the prince's group wouldn't dare to talk about sitting in front of these royal thrones. However, Li Qie demanded to be seated in front of them. This demand was too overbearing and out of line. A sea demon couldn't help but yell, you have no respect for anyone, you actually dare to blaspheme the great beings. The minister's expression turned unsightly as well. As someone who had worked under a sea god before, he couldn't tolerate Li Qie's attitude towards a sea god. Li Qie lazily glanced at the minister and casually said, if you don't want to, then go to the side, I'll let someone else prepare a seat. Where did this ignorant fool come from? Minister, let people take him out. The Conch overlord finally spoke. Even his feeble words were full of unquestionable divinity. Everyone turned silent and held their breaths after hearing the overlord. The atmosphere became quite tense since a battle might break out at any moment. The minister coldly spoke, Sir, will you leave, or do we have to escort you? The experts behind him were quite eager, evident by the cold glints in their eyes. Once the command came out, they wouldn't hesitate to cull Li Qie. Bang! 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 Before the minister could even finish, the experts behind him were sent flying at the same time. They all spewed out blood, creating a spectacular scene that resembled a blooming blood lotus. Meanwhile, Li Qie still stood there as if he didn't move from start to finish. He nonchalantly stated, do you know why I spared your life? It is because I need a slave to wipe the floor. After all, these bloodstains would make people feel uncomfortable. Such a big tone. The other 7 ministers stood out and immediately surrounded Li Qie. Just a bunch of errand boys and lowly vassals, you're not even soldiers. Li Qie didn't bother looking at them. Go, do your job and find me an imperial throne, then place it above these 3 seats, then I shall spare you all. Naive fool. The ministers were furious. How could they endure this humiliation? One of them grimly said, Human ant, you aren't even qualified to sit at the pavilion, yet you dare to boast about sitting on the throne above? Even though they knew just how powerful he was, the most powerful beings such as the Conch Overlord were here at the convention, so they weren't afraid of Li Qie. Moreover, they had found him unpleasant to the eye for a long time now. Who says he isn't qualified? A voice came about. It wasn't only pleasing to the ears but also carried a mighty prestige. A woman slowly walked inside. The whole venue lit up because of her presence. All eyes darted towards her. This woman was tall and slender. She wore a dark blue gown that perfectly outlined her wonderful curves. She also had a shawl fluttering in the wind and a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. This woman was so beautiful that she could make others sigh in admiration, a goddess. There was an aura of the sea accompanying her. It was as if wherever she went, an ocean followed. She was its daughter, the goddess of the sea. There was an old man walking right behind her. He wore a silver armor and looked quite gallant while standing there like an unclimbable mountain. Su Yonghuang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Sima Yujin were right behind them as well. True martial goddess. Many people shouted after seeing her. Some sea demons even kneeled on the ground. Her dazzling presence was a marvelous sight. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. All three races felt an innate respect after seeing her arrival. This was the daughter of the true martial sea god. She was considered to have the highest talents among sea demons. Back in her father's era, she was accepted by the Trident as well. Everyone thought that the moment her father passed away, she would certainly become the next sea god. At that time, some even believed that she could even surpass her father's achievements after taking the position. However, for some unknown reason, she suddenly disappeared without a trace from this world. Even her own father stopped talking about her. Her comment at this time made Jintian's group, who was sitting in the pavilions, bat their eyes with an ominous feeling. Chapter 1465. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing her arrival. He stared at her with quiet jubilation. Your Highness. The ministers immediately prostrated after seeing her. It didn't matter which sea god they used to be under, the true martial goddess was a real princess. She was above them in terms of bloodline and status. Go, prepare an imperial throne. She ordered the minister with a calm yet resounding tone. The minister's expressions changed after hearing this. They didn't expect this at all. Everyone at the venue was astounded as well, especially the sea demons who found this to be unbelievable. Soon after the words came out, they exchanged glances to the people next to them. Some even believed that they had misheard. For the sea demons, her arrival was a boost to their race's prestige. With the Conch Overlord and her here, the sea demon race had a greater presence. Thus, they were initially very excited. But now, she was actually speaking up for Li Qie. She was clearly on his side. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. The sea demons turned silly and couldn't react for a long time. The prostrating minister couldn't help but say, Your Highness, please reconsider. If you all don't want to, I won't force you. She leisurely told the old man next to her, All Marshal, go place an imperial throne above those 3 royal seats. All Marshal. A sea demon paragon was amazed and screamed, He is the all-martial general, the strongest general of the true martial sea god. He is still alive. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. Even Jintian's group grew serious as they stared at the old man next to the goddess. All-martial general, he used to be an arrogant genius from our race. After losing to the true martial sea god, he decided to join the sea god's banner and had many illustrious exploits. There are rumors stating that he is only inferior to the sea god by a slim margin. A charming spirit expert was startled. Anyone who knew about his battle record would be full of admiration. This was an invincible being almost comparable to a sea god. And now, he was accompanying the true martial goddess. What was the significance behind this? The general hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, this might not be proper. All Marshal was still the strongest general under a sea god. Asking him to place a throne above the other three was too much. It was the same as placing Li Qie above a sea god. It's fine. The goddess calmly replied, young noble Li should sit there since he should rule from above the 9 heavens. Such words stunned the crowd again. Not only was she his backing, she also gave him her unconditional support. Your Highness, we also respect you as a divine princess, but the matters here aren't decided by you alone. The Prince of Darkness finally spoke. Don't forget your identity. This action is blasphemous towards the prestige of a sea god. Don't stain your father's brilliance with this. The Conch overlord also chimed in with a cold tone. Conch, I am not here as a sea god's daughter. My position today is only an unworthy follower under young noble Li, plus, if he wants to sit up there, he has no need for your approval. She took her time answering, he shall preside over the 9 heavens as the ruler of the universe. She spoke very quietly, yet each word was quite impactful. Your Highness, please reconsider, don't be so impulsive. It was Jintian's turn to speak. Today is the convention of myriad races to discuss the matters of the world. You are also someone who can become a sea god. Become a sea god? She chuckled in response, I have never thought about it. A mere sea god is nothing worth yearning. Such words were too much to take in. The crowd glanced at each other. A sea god was the pinnacle in terms of achievements for sea demons, the supreme existence in their minds. However, a daughter of one actually viewed this position with disdain. No matter how one looked at it, this was too hard to believe. All Marshal, put the imperial throne up there already. She ordered again with a commanding tone this time. All Marshal finally walked forward without hesitation. He didn't know why his princess wanted to do this, but he was certain she had her own reasons. In his life, the 2 people he admired the most were the true martial sea god and the goddess. There was nothing to say about true martial, this was an existence that could compare to the ultimate prime sea god. As for the goddess, after returning from her disappearance, she became even more unfathomable. Each of her actions had an unquestionable feel to them as if she had grasped the entire universe. Until she came out from her self-imposed isolation, the general had always protected the true martial island. So presumptuous. The overlord stood up while the shadow behind him emitted the terrorizing aura of a god, causing many experts to quiver. Conch, you want to fight? Her pretty eyes contained a mighty force as she took a step towards the sky and coldly uttered, come out then, I want to see just how much you have learned from your father. Her answer had reached the epitome of aggressiveness and made people look at Li Qie since her demeanor was very similar to his. In terms of seniority, the Conch overlord was much older than the true martial goddess, but today, she didn't place him in her sight. Your Highness, do you think you can sweep through the world? The Terra King stood up as well. His surging life force was like a tree that blotted out the sky. I shall sweep through everything. A natural voice sounded as another person descended from above. This was a woman no different from a celestial being. Her supreme style instantly won everyone over. She wore a black dress while her features were beautiful beyond words. After seeing her, everyone realized that calling someone a celestial wasn't just a description any longer since a real one stood before them. After seeing this girl, many people would start to think of a particular phrase, immortal's legacy. Outside of her cold gaze, she left no room for criticism. Li Qie revealed a bright smile that could melt snow. This was a smile that came from his heart. Lunar grasped fairy. Even the Prince of Darkness was alarmed after seeing this fairy-like woman. The title left people astounded. It was a magical title that would cause people to be dazed for a long time. In Heaven's Spirit, there was another popular adage, who is invincible in the current generation? Lunar grasp alone. She might be the only one in the world that would dare to declare her intent to sweep through everything and suffocate the crowd. Lunar grasped fairy, your arrival is the convention's honor. Jintian stood up and slowly said, if you are here to help preside over the current situation of Heaven's Spirit, nothing could be better. Today, he will sit above the 9 heavens. The fairy coldly interrupted Jintian. The listeners were shocked once more. Some even thought that they were dreaming. The group sitting inside the pavilion was astonished by this declaration and had ugly expressions. Young noble, the imperial throne is ready. At this time, All Marshal had prepared a seat above the other three and bowed towards Li Chia. In fact, he didn't know Li Chia's identity or why his own princess was so supportive of him. A mere seat took this long, what a trite development. Li Chia gently shook his head. With that, he stepped towards the sky. After seeing Li Chia's advance, the Terra King raised his voice. Li Chia, unless you are an immortal emperor, you are not qualified to sit there. Li Chia didn't even bother looking at the king, he only smiled. The fairy pointed at the Terra King and emotionlessly declared, "Get in the way and I'll wipe you out." With a grimace, the king replied, "Fairy, don't think you are unstoppable. You still aren't an emperor." The fairy interrupted right away. "I can kill this puppet body within 3 moves, so bring your real body here. If the real one comes, you might last 100. The crowd started to break out in cold sweat after hearing this. Just how domineering and invincible was this? Everyone understood that she wasn't all talk. Li Chia stood in the sky and softly said, "Don't scare him too much or he might not actually come. Sigh, the 2 of you coming here is ruining everything for me. I wanted to wash myriad races with blood, but it looks like it won't be possible anymore. Oh well, I'm in a good mood anyway, I shouldn't be so down about it." This is something that can be very frustrating about ED that isn't found in other novels. I actually missed this the first time and had to go back and re-edit. There are 2 different types of seats found here, king and emperor thrones. In a normal novel, you can simply translate it as throne and it would be fine and dandy. In ED, if you don't translate the normally unnecessary adjective, it will mess you up. Li Chia's chair has the word emperor, while the other 3 chairs only had the word king. King equals royal and emperor equals imperial. This is a very minor detail in Chinese. However, in order to keep this detail in English, it makes the translation sound worse, but the distinction is there. I wouldn't do this in Spirit Vessel, but in ED, more often than not, I need to add the adjective beforehand even when it is just a normal word like throne, or it'll be messy. The cultivation realm is different. It does make ED a lot more wordy in comparison. All in all, the translation has been moving towards not translating superfluous words, but this does cause trouble at times versus translating each word true to the raw. Chapter 1466. Some gasped after hearing this. They were completely speechless since he prefaced everything with massacring races. They understood that he only came to cause trouble with wanton regard for the prince and the others. Li Chia, who was floating in the air, slowly reached out and smiled. "Runan, come with me to the throne." The true martial goddess smiled and held Li Chia's arm. The 2 then walked towards the imperial throne. Everyone was silent while watching Li Chia. Letting a sea god's daughter help him towards the throne, just how domineering was this? Who else in this world would dare to do something like this outside of a sea god? No one knew what kind of spell he had to make the goddess listen to him in such a respectful manner. Before all gazes, he finally reached the imperial throne above the royal thrones. He sat down in a nonchalant and natural manner as if this spot had always been meant for him. Everyone immediately held their breaths while watching him loom above everyone else. They were completely marveled by this scene. Even before top experts like the prince, Jintian, and the overlord, Li Chia didn't care for any of them. He tyrannically ascended to the throne and looked down on the 9 heavens. Who else could do this in heaven spirit? He leisurely sat there and was too lazy to glance at Jintian's group. This group's expressions were quite unsightly. Li Chia's actions not only suppressed their momentum, it was also showing blatant contempt. They were 4 top experts, yet Li Chia treated them like air. Even Jintian, who had mastered self-restraint, was angered. If it wasn't for the true martial goddess and lunar grasp fairy backing him up, they would have rushed over to kill him. In their eyes, even if Li Chia was strong, he wouldn't be able to escape the 4 of them. Unfortunately, the two women were on his side. They didn't know how to feel at this moment. All of their calculations was for naught because of the heaven's whim. After reaching an agreement, they convened this meeting. In their eyes, even if the fairy and goddess didn't fully agree with their decisions, they might not necessarily oppose it either and definitely wouldn't be on Lucia's side. After all, one was a sea demon while the other a charming spirit and Lucia was only a human. Because of this, the group was very confident that during the convention, even if Lucia came to cause trouble, it would all be fine. It could even be said that they were certain of being able to kill him on the spot. In their plan, they hoped that Lucia would actually come. Killing him here would allow them to deter the others who had their own plans. However, this current development was beyond their expectations and calculations. All became meaningless because of the two women. The Terra King couldn't help but scowl while looking at the throne above. He was the main proponent of this convention and aimed to kill Lucia for revenge. This development wasn't something he expected either. Lucia took note of this and casually glanced at him with a smile. "Dragon bamboo, you insignificant tree, there's no need to look at me like that. Don't assume that you are a tree father just because you learned the method to return to the origin from Terminus. Not to mention that you are only a little broken bamboo, even if you were a tree father, you still wouldn't be able to get into my sight." Dragon bamboo? The vice ancestor? Many were startled to hear this name. At this moment, they finally understood why this no-name Terra King was this powerful and arrogant. According to legend, the dragon bamboo vice ancestor from the ancestral Terra was an existence only inferior to tree fathers. He was able to take root in the earth just like them. The Terra King coldly uttered with a murderous glint in his eyes, "We need to settle our scores. You should crawl out with your true body now." Lucia leisurely smiled, attaching to a junior like this, even if you could exert 20 to 30% of your power, it still wouldn't be fun. "Come, I have a divine tree in need of supplements, and an old tree capable of connecting to the earth is very nutritious indeed." Lucia's blatant disdain left the Terra King with a twisted grimace. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense. It turned out that after being taught a bit by Terminus, he used this method to return to the origin and took root in the earth. However, it wasn't easy for him to move afterward, so he couldn't leave the ancestral Terra. Later on, he came up with a technique that allowed him to attach himself to a suitable junior. The Terra King was a suitable host. Thus, one of the Terra King's 3 souls was left behind with the vice ancestor. Because of this, even if he were to die, as long as his soul was still there, rebirth was possible. This was the reason why he was still here after being incinerated to ashes by Lucia. At the same time, this allowed the vice ancestor to walk in this world instead of being confined to his own ancestral ground. Daoistly, the vice ancestor is an unparalleled existence. Jintian finally spoke, "Your words are too frivolous." Lucia looked at him and grinned, "Frivolous? I have always been frivolous like this, you got a problem?" Jintian shook his head in response, "I have always regarded you as a respectable opponent, it is unfortunate that you are shallow and arrogant like this. An immortal emperor is the ruler of the 9 worlds, how could one be? Okay, don't be sour with me." Lucia interrupted him, "Shallow and arrogant? If I wanted to become emperor, what can the villainous heavens do about it? Don't use that crap about the prestige of the crown against me. Jintian, if you want the heavens' will, just go all out for it, there's no need to maintain a certain visage all the time. Stop being a prostitute yet still demanding an honorary plaque. Ta Kong is much better than you in this regard. At the very least, he wasn't like you who started hiding just because of the Dragon King's statement, a little legion playing around yet still dares to call itself heaven suppression? Not knowing your own limits. Although the emperor lost many times in his life, he still courageously walked forward without changing his initial goal. This is a must-have quality for all emperors. Being shallow and arrogant doesn't matter, as long as you have an unchanging heart, you will be qualified to compete for the heaven's will. Someone as indecisive and superficial as you will never become an emperor regardless of your talents." With that, Lucia sneered. "You. Jintian turned red after Li Qiye revealed his secret. He couldn't maintain his carefree act any longer and suddenly stood up to glare at Li Qiye. This secret astounded the crowd. No one expected a story like this to be behind it all. So it turns out that Jintian didn't stop competing for the heavens will in order to give it to immortal Emperor Ta Kong. It was because of a single phrase from the Black Dragon King. At that time, Jintian was a hot-blooded youth reaching for the throne. He named his legion Heaven Suppression after his own name. However, the Black Dragon King's seaside city was named Heaven Protector. In one encounter with the Black Dragon King, the king gave him this evaluation: a little legion playing around yet still dares to call itself Heaven Suppression? Not knowing your own limits. Because his legion's name conflicted with the king's city, the young Jintian decided to give up after taking the king's attitude into consideration. He had offended the Black Dragon King and didn't want a direct confrontation, so he evaded him until after the king's generation before coming back out for the heaven's will. There were rumors in Heaven's spirit saying that Meng Jintian gave up the heavens will because of his brotherly love for immortal Emperor Ta Kong. No one expected that the truth was far from this. In fact, some people were aware of this. Existences such as the Prince of Darkness knew full well. However, they had no need to make it public. After all, the Black Dragon King reigned for 3 generations. Being afraid of him wasn't shameful at all. During his era, even immortal emperors respected him, let alone others. Because no one revealed this truth, Jintian's prestige became even better. Some people even praised him for being righteous and benevolent. Now that this belief was completely debunked, Jintian glared at Li Qiye and wanted nothing more than to rush out and fight him to the death. It was the Conch Overlord's turn to speak, arrogant junior. Such malice in your slanderous words. You are only a villain, you're not qualified to reach the heaven's will. Villains and the wicked are still capable of becoming an immortal emperor as long as their hearts are firm. Li Qiye smiled and stated, and if I'm a villain, what are you? Just a useless piece of trash. You thought that you could do whatever you want while relying on your father's power. Unfortunately, your eyes were there for no reason and actually offended immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. His lone phrase robbed everything from you and turned you into a cowardly turtle. Chapter 1467. Li Qiye didn't hold back at all while criticizing the Conch Overlord. He has revealed another old story to the astonishment of the crowd. The young ones had never heard about it. In their eyes, especially the younger sea demons, their divine prince was a supreme existence with a noble bloodline. Who would have thought that he was suppressed for a lifetime because of a single sentence from immortal Emperor Jiaoheng? A few ancient paragons from the previous generation had heard of it before. However, out of fear for the Conch Overlord's power, no one was willing to talk about it. If the Overlord were to know, it might bring about a fatal disaster. Being suppressed by the Emperor was a great humiliation for the Overlord. He didn't know where to place his old face right now after Li Qiye told everyone. Little animal, come out, I'm going to make mincemeat out of you. A fiery rage spewed out from the Overlord's eyes. Li Qiye had uncovered his shame, so he definitely wouldn't forgive Li Qiye. Without killing the brat, this rage would never subside. Is it that fun to tease them? Lunar Grasp coldly stared at Li Qiye and said, quickly deal with them already, then go get the heaven's will. You can't put it like that. Li Qiye smiled and waved his hand. Since they want to team up to kill me, I should take my time destroying their morale first before killing them. No rush. Lunar Grasp ignored him and walked forward while glaring at the Overlord's group. Too much nonsense, we're only wasting each other's time. If the 4 of you are not convinced, come together. I'll deal with you and dissolve this convention. The crowd became slack-jawed after hearing this. The word domineering wasn't enough to describe her. 1 against 4 was unbelievable. These 4 were top experts. It could be said that few could match them in the contemporary. However, the fairy didn't care for them and spoke as if she could make short work out of them. Just how confident and overbearing was this? The group had no response either. Her words pressed down on them like a mountain and made them feel breathless. It was because she wasn't all talk, this was something within her abilities. In this brief moment, the cultivators here glanced at each other. This was the lunar grasped fairy, someone who had defeated Empress Hong Tian in the past, a genius who had swept through the 9 worlds with marvelous achievements. Lunar grasped fairy, there are still Emperor assailant ancestors in this world. The prince answered her challenge. This was to remind and warn her that she wasn't the most powerful in heaven's spirit. Li Qie laughed and freely asked, "Are you talking about the old man lying deep in the spirit abyss? Tell him to come out." The fairy emotionlessly spoke, "Only an emperor assailant, he's not an immortal emperor." Only an emperor assailant. Such a powerful statement. Emperor assailants were completely dreadful. In the eyes of many, these existences consisted of people like the 7 hallowed ancestor. However, the fairy made it sound as if they weren't much at all, that they weren't worth mentioning. Her confident and invincible style suffocated the atmosphere. Jintian's group were quite uncomfortable, but they had to endure. Regardless of what happens against the fairy, the only person who would benefit from this was Li Qie. "Good, if no one is going to fight, allow me to say a few words." Li Qie smiled and spoke after noticing that Jintian's group didn't want to be the first to take the stage. He sat on his imperial throne and casually swept through the crowd. At this moment, he turned into a supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. "It is good that you all have started this meeting. Very well, if this is to decide who will become the next emperor and sea god, I'll make the decision for everyone." He paused for a bit before smiling. "Naturally, no one else will become emperor but me in this generation. As for the sea god position, I'll also pick someone. It shall be the 7 martial goddess." The crowd didn't know how to react to this. It was understandable that he would claim to be emperor considering his arrogant attitude. However, his appointment of the goddess took everyone by surprise. Many thought that his candidate would be the true martial goddess. After all, she had advantages far beyond her competitors, not to mention that she was on his side at the moment. Thus, this strange decision made everyone think that the 7 martial pavilion was also on his side. Jintian coldly said, "Li Qie, you can't become emperor just because you want to." He no longer referred to Li Qie as Daoist Li, as he was unable to restrain his anger. Li Qie flatly denied, "If I say I'll become emperor, then I'll become emperor." Humph. The Sea Shield Prince snorted at this time. He was quite unhappy as well since he was one of the candidates to become the sea god this generation. Several behemoths in heaven's spirit had made a deal. In particular, the sea demons had reached a consensus that if the true martial goddess had no objections, the Sea Shield Prince would have priority over the 7 martial goddess. But now, Li Qie has chosen his rival before everyone could say anything. How could the prince not become angry? The prince didn't dare to yell at Li Qie, but the overlord couldn't let this develop any further. If the convention actually decided for the 7 martial goddess to be the next sea god, it would be very unfavorable for the prince. The overlord coldly exclaimed, "Junior, a human like you is an outsider. Since when do outsiders get to dictate our sea demon's business? The position of the sea god has to be decided by us. I agree for the 7 martial goddess to become the next sea god." The true martial goddess added with a smile. Many were shaken after hearing this. This came from a very influential person, and she didn't seem to be kidding. With her support, it meant that the 7 martial goddess would have an advantage over the Sea Shield Prince. The Roaring Conch was quite inferior to the 7 martial pavilion in terms of strength and influence. Its status was not as prestigious among the sea demons. Even though the Sea Shield Prince had the overlord as his backing, the pavilion also had people on the same level as the overlord. This was the reason why the Conch decided to work together with the other great powers in heaven's spirit to shake the pavilion's influence. But now, the true martial goddess' open support immediately weakened the prince's position. The 7 martial goddess status had been elevated. The island and the pavilion working together with a sea god's daughter could definitely change the overall situation of the sea demon race. At that time, as long as the pavilion said the word, many sea demon lineages would stand with them and this new alliance would completely suppress the Conch's prestige. The overlord was alarmed to hear this open support from the true martial goddess. Your descendant, Sea Shield, has no chance of becoming a sea god. Li Qie flatly said before the overlord could retort. Tell him to come out since he has attacked one of my people. The wisest thing for him to do now is to take the initiative and accept his responsibilities. Junior, what do you want? The overlord glared at Li Qie. Nothing. He smiled in response. Don't worry, I won't do anything or people will call me a bully. The person he attacked will be the one to kill him. Of course, I will give him a fair chance since that's just who I am. With that, Su Yonghuang slowly came out. People held their breaths since everyone here knew about the feud between her and Sea Shield. The overlord coldly uttered, the convention of myriad races isn't suitable for a duel. He didn't want Sea Shield to fight under these circumstances. Winning was one thing, but if he were to lose, it would be a great blow to his status. Chapter 1468. While sitting on the throne, Li Qie laughed at the Conch overlord's refusal and leisurely said, It's fine if Sea Shield doesn't wish to fight. In that case, there is only one path left for you all, a route towards certain destruction. Your so-called 4 experts will not leave this convention alive. Everyone here felt fear after hearing this. With these 4 presiding over the convention, not many in heaven's spirit would dare to cause trouble. However, this didn't apply to Li Qie since he blatantly threatened them. Just how mighty and overbearing was this? He really didn't care for them at all. The group's expression became unsightly. As top characters of their respective generations, all of heaven's spirit was afraid of them. No one dared to act this presumptuously, but Li Qie had done so time and time again. Even a mud Buddha would turn angry after so many transgressions. The Prince of Darkness coldly asked, Li Qie, do you think you alone can stop the 4 of us? Godhalt was the spirit abyss territory. No one has ever acted presumptuously here, let alone directly provoke them. That is, until now. Li Qie smiled and casually replied, only a bunch of nobodies who can't reach the apex. Lunar Grasp lost her patience and declared, I have had enough of this nonsense. The 4 of you, come now. I'll take care of you before ending this convention. The Terra King stood out and shouted back, Lunar Grasp Fairy, you are too arrogant. So what? She turned towards him and pointed a finger forward. A starry light condensed at her fingertip, a strike capable of stealing the fortune from the world, reversing the yin and yang, and severing all karma. She immediately took action while showing an overbearing stance. Not only was she beautiful, her style was quite aggressive as well. The Terra King was alarmed by this incoming strike. He spread out both palms and a barrier was immediately erected in front of him. Majestic mountains sheltered him inside. It looked as if under the protection of these perilous mountains, no one could ever get past them. Nevertheless, the fairy's finger strike exploded and shattered all of them in the blink of an eye. The Terra King was shaken by the explosion and blown outside. The Terra King felt the crisis and crazily shouted while flying in the air, open. Waterfalls descended from the sky, each carried a wooden breath and poured down endlessly. These laws came together and turned into a sky-piercing tree that emitted an enormous amount of dazzling divinity. It was as if a tree father was coming back to life with an oppressive aura. Shortly afterward, runes emerged around the tree as if they came from a tree father. Each could suppress the heavens. Clank. These runes turned into a sword that spanned thousands of miles. This sword could cut down the stars and deities. Whoosh. It soared upward before slashing down at Lunar Grasp. The fairy opened her palm to seize the universe and lock time itself. When she closed it again, a loud explosion came that looked as if the universe had shattered and time was extinguished. Everything turned into ash with her closing palm. Clank. The sword shattered into dozens of pieces. Poof. The Terra King spat out blood. Next, his body trembled with bone-cracking noises. He wasn't the same Terra King as before. The last one was him having control over his own body. This time, the vice ancestor was in charge, so he had a portion of the vice ancestor's power. However, this didn't matter. The fairy's attack still annihilated him. Unless the vice ancestor's real body came, he simply wouldn't be her match. Many couldn't calm down while watching this shocking scene. The vice ancestor who took over the Terra King's body was defeated in a flash by the fairy. Even Jintian and the prince took a deep breath. They knew just how powerful this form from the vice ancestor was, but it couldn't handle a single move from the fairy. That's Empress Hong Tian's strongest rival. Many felt dreadful because of her invincibility. Only a puppet, not worth mentioning. The fairy coldly said, "Crawl out with your real body and I'll still beat you down." She was too domineering. The vice ancestor was in existence only second to real Treefathers. Many people trembled before his name, yet she didn't care for him at all. Su Yonghuang glanced at Li Chia. The fairy's attitude seemed to come from the same mold as him. The Terra King finally got up but was shivering with rage. He was currently at an impasse. His real body was taking root back at the ancestral ground and he must pay a great price in order to take over this body completely. However, if he didn't fight, being shown such contempt by the fairy would leave him without any face. Since the younger generation wants to settle their grievances, we of the older generation shouldn't interfere. The prince told the Conch overlord, "Brother, your disciple is a gifted genius with no fear for battle, let him beat their morale down to the ground." The prince didn't wish to fight the fairy directly. Their alliance was very powerful. If the four of them could maintain this state, the future was very hopeful. If something were to happen to the vice ancestor today, it would be a great blow to them in the future. One must be able to endure minor setbacks for the grand plan. Because of this, after thinking it through, the prince decided to let Sea Shield fight in order to dampen the fairy's sharp momentum. The overlord pondered for a moment and found that this was the wisest decision. The Sea Shield prince was their Conch's pride, he wouldn't necessarily lose to a human. Moreover, he defeated her in the past. "I understand." Sea Shield took a deep breath and bowed. "This is the ancestor's weapon, it will aid you." The overlord called him over and handed him a pair of gloves. The gloves emitted a shining light as well as the aura of a sea god. The moment the prince put them on, his hands turned into the hands of a sea god. There was a lot of history behind these gloves. It was a proud creation of the roaring conch sea god that accompanied him to many battles. Later on, he gave it to his son, the conch overlord. Sea Shield readied himself for battle and walked out proudly. Each of his steps was quite steady and showed his great determination. They weren't fast, but they were very orderly as if each step was measured by a ruler. His body was shrouded in fog, allowing him to turn invisible. This fog allowed him to integrate with space itself, making him even more mysterious. The prince coldly declared, "You and me, it's a fight to the death." He spoke with great conviction, confidence, and a surging battle intent. He believed he could defeat Su Yonghuang since he had done so before. Moreover, his ancestor has given him a powerful pair of gloves. These gloves were much stronger than an ordinary sea god's weapon. He himself was already powerful enough, so these gloves empowered him even more. Furthermore, if he were to win this fight, it would fortify his position among the sea demons and allow him to make his mark during this convention of myriad races. This, in turn, would boost his chances of becoming the next sea god. Because of this, winning was a must. It would allow his reputation to last for ages. At this moment, he could already see the scene of him returning triumphantly. He wished to kill Su Yonghuang in order to break Li Chia's morale. In fact, the prince and Jintian had this thought as well. During the battle, Li Chia couldn't do anything if Su Yonghuang was going to lose. One could only blame themselves for not honing their skills enough should they die in battle. He would have no chance to save her under such circumstances. Chapter 1469. Many people were holding their breath beneath the stage out of concern for the situation. They were anxious to see who would win in the end. Many here wished for the prince's victory, especially the sea demon race. Li Qia was already putting enough pressure on their prince. If he were to lose to another human, their race would be completely overwhelmed. Su Yonghuang stepped up and glanced around with her phoenix-like eyes. She was cold and proud without putting on airs. Nevertheless, her noble aura was still exuded. This wasn't consciously done since it was her natural and flawless temperament. She coldly glanced at the prince before speaking, "Come." "Very well." After replying, the prince immediately disappeared without a trace. Even those with their heavenly gaze activated couldn't find him. He was completely gone. This was one of the magical properties of the void physique. It allowed for its user to be undetectable while being able to reach any location. At minor completion, their body could fuse with space. It could even be said that space became their body itself. Thus, they were omnipresent. Some people even said that void physique users were the most suitable to become assassins. The prince's physique hadn't reached grand completion just yet, but his half-completion physique was enough for him to exert a mighty force. Buzz! In a split second, a ray aimed straight for Su Yonghuang was shot. When it was mere inches away from her throat, the surrounding space finally shook a bit. At this moment of life and death, Su Yonghuang shouted and her extreme yang physique erupted with its powerful sunfire. Rumble. The impossible happened. The fire wrapped around her body and stopped the ambushing ray. Boom! This fire didn't subside after the successful block. It was akin to thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. This power incinerated the space where the prince was hiding. A black hole appeared, so he couldn't hide there any longer. Alas, he was extremely fast and disappeared after his previous spatial location was ruined and entered another space. Clank. 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 Extreme yang laws emerged from Su Yonghuang and turned into a suit of armor. Her noble aura was now even more heroic and valiant. Boom! An endless amount of sunfire was still spewing from her body and ravaged the space around her. Zzz, it seemed as if the sky was being incinerated completely as crackles could be heard everywhere. Under the destruction of her sunfire, even the void itself was being burned. This pervasive fire wouldn't stop. It could reach and engulf any spatial area with haste. The majority took a deep breath after seeing these flames. One would find it prohibitively difficult to hide in the presence of this amazing power since space itself was being annihilated. Strangely enough, despite this havoc, the Sea Shield Prince was still nowhere to be found. It was as if he had evaporated from this world. Of course, the people here knew that he wasn't dead just yet. They were only curious as to where he was hiding. Some began to sweat for him. Where the heck could he be to hide from this raging sunfire? Su Yonghuang didn't become careless. With her extreme yang armor, she simply let her flames destroy the world without giving the prince the slightest opening to attack. As an extreme yang physique user, she knew full well that as another of the 12, the void physique's profundities couldn't be inferior to her own. Whoosh! The space where she stood suddenly twisted and morphed into a sticky quagmire, making her quite sluggish. The prince suddenly appeared and seemed to have opened a spatial door to appear next to Yonghuang. He seemed to have isolated space itself so the fire couldn't reach him. Boom! He formed a divine madra that came crashing down like a tidal wave. Its water engulfed the world as if the entire force of the dragon demon sea was slamming straight onto Su Yonghuang. This power subdued her sunfire and dimmed her armor which, in turn, made his madra attack even more powerful as its water swept through her space. However, her fire only weakened for a short moment. The sunfire erupted again with loud explosions like iron chains locking down the area. Its power surged exponentially and the water immediately evaporated. Even though her space was being controlled so that she was sluggish and had a hard time fighting back, she didn't use any merit laws or techniques. Erupting her vitality and the flames was her counterattack. The roars of fire dragons echoed as they split the earth and shattered his madras seal. When the ferocious dragons came for him, he swiftly vanished again. These huge dragons searched around but couldn't find any trace of him. Suddenly, he emerged once more right behind Yonghuang for an ambush. The flames that were wrapped around her body instantly coiled around him in order to burn him to ashes. However, he was skillful and vanished again before being touched by the flames. Several more rounds were exchanged. The prince's attempts of ambushing Yonghuang ended in failure. However, by relying on his void physique and hiding in space, Yonghuang couldn't do anything to him either. The spectators watched with bated breaths. They didn't only want to witness the victor of the duel, they also wanted to see which immortal physique was stronger. The battle was completely even for a while. The two sides held back their killing moves while trying to find their opponent's weakness before delivering a fatal attack. Meanwhile, Li Qie simply smiled without giving Yonghuang any pointers. Looking at the physiques themselves, it was impossible to categorize them in order of strength. Each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Their users actually mattered more than the physiques. Li Qie naturally knew the weaknesses of the void physique, but he didn't tell Yonghuang. He wanted her to learn about her physique's shortcomings and advantages in battle. Prior to this, the prince couldn't last a single move against Li Qie. It wasn't only because Li Qie was powerful and knew the void physique like the palm of his hand. The fact that he cultivated the space scripture played a great part to this. Thus, the void physique's strong points were nullified by Li Qie. However, this wasn't the case for Yonghuang. She wasn't well versed in spatial manipulation. Because of this, despite clearly having the upper hand, she couldn't do anything to the prince. The other real experts present, like the prince and Jintian, also realized this. In terms of power and cultivation, Su Yonghuang had the obvious advantage. However, there was no way for her to suppress or kill the prince without understanding the weaknesses of the void physique. Chapter 1470. While Yonghuang was searching for the void physique's weakness, the prince was naturally searching for her extreme young physique's opening as well. A while into the fight, things turned into a stalemate where neither side could do anything to the other. The prince couldn't break through the dominating solar flames since he couldn't withstand its heat. Meanwhile, the void physique allowed him to be completely undetectable, so Yonghuang couldn't kill him either. All the spectators now understood that Yonghuang was also unaffected by the suppression from God Halt. A while ago, she was wounded by the prince due to this suppression, but without it, the prince had no advantage to speak of. Buzz! The space around her began to melt like liquid similar to the snow in spring. Without a doubt, Sea Shield was changing his strategy. After several unsuccessful ambushes, he has decided to refine space instead. The void physique was capable of this task. At this moment, he was still nowhere to be seen, but the surrounding space turned into a furnace that began to burn with an invisible flame. The crowd felt anxious after seeing this. The majority thought that the prince could decide the outcome of this battle with this move. Whoosh! With the hissing of fire, the unbelievable happened. The location where Yonghuang stood crazily shrunk. The large amount of sunfire was being compressed into the space around her. In the past, her flame was all-encompassing and devastated the void. But now, it was being pushed down by a powerful force and became a small fireball. This fireball was wildly collapsing like a sun. One could easily imagine the power contained within. All of the melted space around it was also condensed into a tiny section. The collapsing of this sun also made the space around it shrink. This was Yonghuang's chance to counterattack. The prince wanted to refine space while she was waiting for this moment in order to make the space inside collapse entirely. Boom! After the process reached a certain level, this space suddenly exploded with an incredible power. Space itself shattered into little pieces and left behind only black holes and indelible scars in the sky. Pluff! Blood spurted out. The prince, who was refining space, was affected by this blast. He couldn't suppress this space any longer. The explosion blew him outside, causing him to spew out blood as his body seemed to be crushed and battered. Buzz! Before he had the time to stand, the broken fragments of space along with the refined fire instantly turned into a Tao chapter. It diligently followed the prince and left behind a mark on his body that would last as long as the prince was still stained with the presence of space. The void physique specialized in hiding in space, so how could he not be touched by it? Because of this, he couldn't escape the mark left by this Tao chapter. This was Yonghuang's counterattack. The fragmented pieces of space had fused with her flames after the monstrous explosion and turned into this chapter. This made it impossible for the prince to escape from being marked. Buzz! Right when he was injured, he vanished again and hid in the void. However, Yonghuang didn't even bother looking this time. With a loud bang, she raised her hand and a gigantic fire dragon roared. Next, a huge dragon claw slammed down and blotted out the sun. The space shattered while the prince, who was in hiding, was blown away again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but his speed was still fast enough to disappear once more after the initial contact. Bang! The other claw of this dragon slammed down and shattered the region again, blowing the stealthy prince away. Bang! 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 The nearby space continued to be smashed. Regardless of how he tried to evade Yonghuang's extreme young physique, the prince had nowhere to hide. It was extremely difficult for him to run due to the mark imprinted on his body. The only way was for him to abandon this fight and run far away. Of course, Yonghuang wouldn't be able to hold him back should he choose to do this. After all, she was no match for him with regard to spatial movement. There was no doubt that she has found the flaws of the void physique. Her mark from the fusion of her fire and fragmented space allowed her to detect him. An ordinary mark could be dispelled by the prince in a brief moment. However, due to the nature of its parts, it wasn't easy for him to do so for this particular mark. Too weak. Li Qie flatly spoke without looking. An imperfect void physique cannot compete with a perfect extreme yang physique. He had expected this outcome long ago. Even though the Roaring Conch's void physique had been improved and derived from 2 generations of sea gods and was heading towards perfection, it was inferior to the real deal from the scripture itself. This made it possible for Yonghuang to find its weakness during this battle. Thus, the prince could only await his death. Open. In the end, the prince knew that he couldn't erase this mark, so he had to counterattack and used his killing move. With his cry, the space around him fluctuated. Bang! With a loud blast, 9 sea shield princes appeared. He has finally used his greatest technique, 9 images physique art. Die! His cry echoed across the world. All 9 of them wore the sea god gloves that poured out an endless light, illuminating the sky. It looked like a storm of brilliant powder falling down. Without a doubt, he was using the power of his gloves as well in order to destroy Su Yonghuang right away. In the beginning, he didn't want to rely on these gloves. Unless there was no other way, he would rather use his own power to kill her. This would boost his prestige even more. If he used his sect's strongest weapon to kill her, outsiders would think that this was an empty victory. Bang! All of the sunfire returned to Yonghuang. Her 9 palaces soared to the sky and formed a kingdom. This kingdom was extremely vast and contained an inexhaustible sunfire. The fire turned into countless creatures. There were dragons flying in the sky and elves swimming in a sea of flames. All of these existences here were worshipping the many sun gods inside. Su Yonghuang stood there with sun palaces behind her. They were all created from solar metal with a sun god presiding in each one. All of them were giving birth to the most tyrannical flame in this world. She was the ruler of this kingdom, the supreme sun goddess. Inside this kingdom, everyone was subject to her punishment and suppression. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 to form a kingdom. She had 9, thus she could create a kingdom with herself as the ultimate sun goddess. Even the prince, with his best techniques, was sucked into this kingdom. With a loud bang, all 9 princes were suppressed. To a certain extent, even the gloves weren't spared from this fate. Their brilliance that was blinding the sky earlier has dimmed down quite a bit. All 9 princes howled, "Break for me." They wished to tear apart this kingdom and destroy Yonghuang. At this critical moment, 9 monstrous palms came down. Each of them was accompanied by the laws of a sea god. They came crashing down on the entire kingdom and caused it to tremble. The sun gods in the palaces felt this immense pressure. The power of a sea god was ravaging this world. The prince was already powerful, so he was able to use these gloves to an outstanding level. Chapter 1471, Bang! 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 Under the suppression of the 9 gigantic palms, Su Yonghuang's fate kingdom began to tremble. Even bursts of cracking noises resounded as the kingdom began to collapse with the appearance of chasms. After all, these were the gloves of a sea god, the strongest weapon of its type from the roaring conch. Even though the prince was the user, he could utilize its mighty power since he was a descendant from the same branch. Clank! In the blink of an eye, a spear was in Yonghuang's hands. The base was as red as fire with sparks jumping off of it. The moment she grasped it, her body was ignited and exuded a surging battle intent. She gave off the sense of being ready to conquer the world, the reincarnation of a war god. Screech! With her spear pointing at the sky, a vermilion bird flew out. This creature was already powerful enough, but it fused with the extreme yang physique to give off an immaculate union. A fiery divine bird was basking in the refined sun fire to come back to life. Its immortal aura instantly engulfed the world. The spear and bird allowed Su Yonghuang to look down on the rest of the world. People marveled at her current appearance. That's the Su clan's vermilion spear. Li Qie smiled after seeing her weapon and her sonorous battle intent. Before he knew it, it was as if he was looking at the Su clan's general again. Screech! The bird roared and soared across the 9 heavens with its wings ready for battle. It instantly blew the 9 palms away. Even the weapon from a sea god couldn't stop this heaven-shaking attack. Despite the incredible origin of the prince's gloves, this spear also had an amazing origin. It used to follow its master, the renowned female general, through many conquests across the world. Because of its might, she was able to perform many illustrious deeds for immortal Emperor Min Ren and flattened many obstacles on his path towards Emperor. The prince spat out blood again. The 9 images disappeared and his real body emerged. Clank! Another spear crossed the sky without hesitation straight for the prince. This thrust was extremely domineering, especially inside the vicinity of her domain. Even a true god wouldn't be able to stop it. How dare you? This spear was too dangerous, so the overlord couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and the divine shadow in him instantly erupted with an endless aura. Many people shivered after sensing this wondrous and explosive aura of a sea god. Conch Overlord, you wish to fight? Right when the overlord wanted to help, the true martial goddess also stood up without using any techniques or variations. A pair of eyes behind her opened and lit up the world. They could see through the yin and yang and loomed above the samsara cycle. They were extremely profound, as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of countless eras. When they opened, it felt as if a sea god was coming back to life. Its brilliance made the many existences in life feel an overwhelming sense of respect. The eyes of a sea god. Many sea demons screamed and quickly prostrated with their foreheads touching the ground, not daring to look at it. One was a divine prince while the other was a divine princess. However, the goddess' talents were much greater than the Conch Overlord. Overlord, you are too old and no longer a match for me. The light of a sea god bathed the goddess and transformed her into a similar being. Many people trembled before this radiant scene. She was much stronger than they had imagined and definitely more qualified than anyone else to become the next sea god. Some even felt that even if someone else was accepted by the trident, she could still forcibly seize the weapon for herself. The overlord was livid after hearing this, but what was the use of getting angry? He understood that the goddess had inherited a part of the true martial sea god's power. Even with his father's protection, he still couldn't contend with her. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as blood fell into the water. The vermilion spear had penetrated the prince's chest and held him in the sky. This scene was too shocking. The once most talented sea demon has fallen to the hands of a human. His bloodied body being paraded like this was too much to take in. Finally, Yonghwang recalled her fate palaces and casually flicked her spear. Boom! His body dispersed into a bloody mist from the vibration. Nothing was left of him. The overlord's expression became extremely ugly and white. As the prince's Tao protector, he failed to save the boy in the end. The lunar grasped fairy coldly concluded, "The convention is over, time for everyone to leave." The whole scene turned silent after her words came out. Jintian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Terra King couldn't do anything. Just lunar grasp alone had suffocated them with her pressure. Moreover, the true martial goddess was also present and could definitely suppress them. Not to mention wanting to kill Wuxia, even self-preservation was difficult at this moment. If it came down to it, maybe Wuxia would work together with the two women to destroy them. In the end, the Prince of Darkness scowled and left after angrily swinging his sleeve. Jintian and the Terra King were helpless and had to follow him. The overlord endured his anger and eventually left with the disciples from the Roaring Conch. This was originally a big event where Jintian's group wanted to unite the three great races to deal with Wuxia and kill him while he was still in his cradle, on top of determining the future emperor and sea god for heaven's spirit. Alas, Wuxia ruined everything with lunar grasp and the true martial goddess as his backing. Their plan failed completely with nothing to come of it. Everyone else left quickly after the four experts' departure. They didn't dare to linger around. Shortly after, this convention of myriad races abruptly ended. Only Wuxia's group was left. The true martial goddess glanced at lunar grasp and told Su Yonghwang's group, "Let's leave for now." With that, she was the first to leave the venue. The rest of the group followed her, so only Wuxia was left with lunar grasp. The same scene played out again. Wuxia smiled while the fairy coldly stared at him. A while later, he initiated the conversation. What is your pick? Will you come with me and fight to the end or settle our feud?" The fairy eventually responded, "I will defeat you." He looked at her and answered, "Right now? If you want to fight, so be it. I will go all out." "No." The fairy replied, "I'll defeat you after you become an immortal emperor." "I see." Wuxia didn't find this surprising since he understood her personality. He chuckled and asked, "What happens if I lose and what happens if I win?" She stared at him for a bit before answering, "If I win, you will stay here for me. You will no longer continue forward until I am no longer in this world." "Very well." Wuxia accepted. "If I win, you will go with me. I don't need you to fight by my side, just watch me go to the final battlefield at the end of the world in the future." "All right." She agreed with his condition whether she wanted to or not. His penchant for touching her flawless face resurfaced while the fairy gently tilted her head in order to be even closer to his rugged palm. After a while, he smiled and said, "Beating me as an emperor? My little Yuer, you won't be able to defeat me after ascension while staying in the 9 worlds. You must be prepared to go forward with me if you want to beat me, that's your only chance." "I will." The fairy coldly said, "I know what I'll be facing." With that, she fell into silence. The secrets regarding what was above the 9 worlds were told to her by Wuxia. At this moment, she recalled the time when they were stuck together like glue. She finally looked at him for a long time as if imprinting his image into her mind. "Don't die so easily until I beat you." Having said that, she turned and left. "I won't die so easily." He spoke with a smile while looking at her departing figure. Chapter 1472, with the conclusion of the Convention of Myriad Races, the lunar grasp fairy left while Wuxia's group returned to the inn. He told the group after they were inside, "Take your leave." The rest left, only the true martial goddess stayed behind. In fact, Su Yonghwang and the others were very curious about the relationship between Wuxia and the goddess. They weren't the only ones. Even All-Martial, who had been accompanying the goddess, was very interested. He wanted to know Li Qia's identity. Who the heck could Li Qia be to be so adored by the daughter of his sea god? With the two alone, Li Qia felt warm while looking at her. He hadn't felt this for a long time. It was as if he was meeting family again. "Welcome back, Runan." He smiled and opened his arms. The goddess smiled back, filled with happiness. She jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. She rested her head on his shoulder and happily said, "You have finally come into being. The clouds and wind in this generation will move at your command. It's not easy for us to meet, let's not talk about mundane matters." Li Qia laughed. He pulled her over as the two sat by a window. She was still leaning on his shoulder and watched the sunset with him. Li Qia cheerfully asked, "Why did you come out in this generation?" "Something's changing in heaven's spirit, so I came out to take a look. The maelstrom, the divine tree ridge, and even the bone sea are moving, so I was jolted during my slumber. I didn't expect to see you, young master, come out. Right, the world is changing. The disaster will befall heaven's spirit ahead of time." He gently stroked her soft hair. She didn't answer and continued to relax. Li Qia whispered softly, "Maybe you should take the true Martial Island and leave. Even if the disciples there can't leave, you still can since you have severed your bloodline and free to go wherever you wish." She still didn't answer and took full advantage of Li Qia's rare moment of gentleness. The true martial goddess' name was Tantai Runan. Very few in this world knew of her name. Moreover, the only ones who could call her by her given name were Li Qia and her deceased father. As the daughter of a sea god, she had his divine bloodline flowing through her as well as the bloodline of the sea demon race. However, as one of the strongest sea gods, true martial was visionary. He didn't wish for his daughter to walk on the same path as him in the future and wanted nothing more than for her to be free of the sea demon bloodline, to be able to travel across the 9 heavens without restraint. Alas, her divine bloodline was extremely powerful. It wasn't easy to sever this connection at all. Because of this, even the sea god had no method to sever his daughter's bloodline. This was the era when immortal Emperor Min Ren was in charge of the 9 worlds. At that time, the sea god went to meet the imperial teacher, the Dark Crow, in order to search for a method of severing. They made ample preparations and worked together with immortal Emperor Min Ren to blind the heavens' eyes and removed all related karmic fate. Finally, with the help of the sea god and emperor, they managed to sever her bloodline and disconnected her from the sea demon race. Because of this, Runan seemingly disappeared from the world overnight as if she had evaporated. She gently spoke after a long silence, "This is still my birthplace, the land I grew up. Even though I have severed my karmic connection with the sea demon race, I still hope to stay until the disaster so that I can contribute. Right, many people love this heaven spirit world. It is an amazing land that gives birth to many talents. However, it will eventually face a terrible disaster. Nevertheless, this hasn't deterred people and wise sages from working hard to stop it." Li Qia spoke with a tinge of emotion. Runan quietly spoke, "I'm glad that you aren't forcing me, young master. In fact, I don't want to leave you at all even if you aren't an immortal emperor. Your presence in the White Crane Legion will make it shine even brighter. No, young master, my mission is complete. I trust that even without me, the White Crane Legion will still be brilliant in the future. It will certainly accomplish many wondrous deeds in your name. Since you have spent so much effort on it, it will surely be amazing in the future." Among the 4 legions of the Dark Crow, the Tiger Legion was the fiercest, the Azure Dragon was the most destructive, and the Silver Fox the wiliest. Those who knew about the tales of the Dark Crow, the hand behind the curtains, have more or less heard about these legions. Some eternal existences were certain of their presence as well. However, the 4th legion had more speculations about it than the others. Even the most knowledgeable ones weren't sure of this particular legion. This was the most mysterious among the 4 legions. Some ancient existences believed it could have been the Vermilion Legion, Black Dragon Legion, or an Imperial Legion. In fact, the other 3 legions themselves didn't know much about the 4th. Only the truly loyal confidants of the Dark Crow were privy to this information. The missing line was, "The White Crane, most secretive." This elusive legion had always been hidden and nameless like hermits even on the first day of its inception. It wasn't the Vermilion Legion with many illustrious battle record and not the Black Dragon Legion that has deterred 3 generations. It wasn't started by an immortal emperor either. Nevertheless, people still somehow knew about the 4 legions of the Dark Crow due to the popular saying. It was secretly founded by Li Qie during immortal Emperor Min Ren's generation. Tantai Runan was its first commander while immortal Emperor Min Ren served as the chief instructor. At the very beginning, it had a secret mission that was completely different from the other 3 legions. In fact, Li Qie had had this grand ambition even before the emperor's era. However, his resources and strength were lacking, so he couldn't carry out such a grandiose idea. It wasn't until he was in charge and immortal Emperor Min Ren started the emperor's era did he have the means to carry out this magnificent plan. This gave birth to the White Crane Legion. It shouldered a mission unknown to the world. Li Qie smiled and said, "As its first commander, I still hope to see you leading it in the future." After severing her blood, she decided to stay with Li Qie. He also intended to train her, so he spent painstaking efforts in doing so. It was no exaggeration to say that the effort he poured into her was no less than one for an immortal emperor. Nevertheless, she didn't become one. Keep in mind that before the bloodline severing, she was already a blessed woman with exceedingly high talents. After staying by his side and enjoying his full tutelage, one could easily imagine how incredible her achievements were. "I also want to follow you one day above the 9 worlds to see your great style while hunting emperors and gods." She spoke, "However, I still want to contribute my strength to this world, just like my father who still worries so much about it even before he left. The same goes for you, young master. You have been protecting the 9 worlds all along. There are always places that you can't forget, that you keep yearning for. That's why even though you have entered the upper world, you still return to the 9 worlds in the end and continue to train more immortal emperors. I'm not as great as you say." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "I didn't return to protect the 9 worlds. I am simply strengthening my means in this generation. When my wings are strong enough, I will go back." Runan didn't back down. "It doesn't matter what your goal is, it cannot be denied that you have poured an endless stream of new power into the 9 worlds. Which emperor could compare to your contributions?" He looked out the window with forlorn and didn't respond. She also chose not to break the serenity and continued to borrow his shoulder. Chapter 1473. The atmosphere was serene as Li Qie and Tantai Runan sat by the window to watch the sunset. "Young master, is there no chance for a turnaround at Heaven's Spirit?" A long period passed before Runan softly broke the silence. "Yes." Li Qie chucked, "If not, I wouldn't have negotiated with the 7 Martial Pavilion. When that day comes, you might have to take the reins. If that is my fate, I am willing to face it." She spoke very gently, but her words carried a resounding determination no lesser than a man. He patted her head and softly said, "But you know, your father asked me to cut off your bloodline since he didn't want to see you on this path. He wished for you to soar farther, even out of the 9 worlds to see new sceneries." She answered, "I know, I can only say that I'll be letting his love down. After all of that, I'll still be staying at Heaven's Spirit in the end." After a quick rumination, Li Qie stated, "You must be mentally prepared. This path will not be easy, even I don't dare to predict the outcome. When it comes, the chance of your death is very high. If you are the one planning everything, I will put my trust in you." She smiled. "Who are you?" "Someone who has hunted emperors and gods and even massacred them above the 9 heavens. The fate of Heaven's Spirit is surely within your grasp. You are too confident in me." He couldn't help but smile and gently shook his head. Shortly after, he turned austere. "Runan, I'm not certain in this matter. This is Heaven's Spirit, not above the 9 heavens. There are too many limitations in this world while lacking the same circumstances from the upper world. If the 9 worlds were blessed with these conditions, would flatten everything in heaven's spirit as long as you say the word. Alas, this is not the case. He gently sighed at this point. Right. Ultimately, there are too many limitations here. She understood and nodded. All along, the immortal emperors in this world have worked very hard. One can't say that they haven't amounted to anything. However, success is impossible for just one emperor. Moreover, even if one of them could do it, it would break the balance. Who knows what would happen then? Thus, these emperors in the past could only try to maintain this balance. After the changes this time, I'm afraid the balance won't last much longer. It's coming. Li Qie pondered for a moment before replying, but I can't wait until that day, so I can't lend you a hand then. Young master, you have your own pursuit while I have my mission. Runan revealed a carefree smile. For millions of years, you have never stopped for anyone. I don't wish to be the shackles that force you to stop, since you will cease to be the young master that always courageously treads forward in my heart. This was a beautiful and charming smile. Every spectator would be intoxicated by this sight. If you didn't have this inhibition, would definitely take you with me. Li Qie couldn't help but sigh with a feeling of disappointment. Despite wanting her to stay by his side, he wouldn't force her to do so, just like how she wouldn't ask him to stay and give up many million years of persistence. She held his hand and declared, if I didn't have this hang-up, would also want to go with you to the end of the world. He smiled back while holding her hand. Okay, young master, let's not talk about these sentimental things. After a long time, she began, why not visit my true Martial Island? You haven't been there since last time. Sounds good. He agreed, I've played enough here at the Divine Tree Ridge. There's only one more thing to do, but there's no rush. I'll visit your island then. You guys should go first, I'll go shortly after. Runan calmly left. She brought her disciples and all martial out of the citadel. Your Highness, I have something on my mind. All martial couldn't help but ask after they were on their way. She slowly answered, all martial, my father regards you as family, as do I. You don't need to hesitate if there is something you want to say. The general carefully mused for a while before speaking. Please excuse my insolence, but I feel that your Highness' actions this time of supporting a human is not optimal. This will offend our own kind. So what? She shook her head, they don't know who they are provoking. There are too many idiots among the sea demons who don't understand their own precarious position. Well, the general was startled, but he took his time absorbing her answer. Your Highness, offending the sea demons is fine, but I believe that placing the imperial throne over the 3 royal thrones was not wise. Your father was a sea god, all martial, I know what you mean. Runan interrupted him and chuckled, you think that it is an affront to a sea god's prestige. However, the truth is that even if my father was still in this world, he wouldn't object young nobly looming over him. What, this? The general was stunned speechless. All martial, you don't understand, I acted to save those fools. Do you really think that bunch could do anything to young nobly? If they don't know when to stop and actually anger him, that would be extremely terrifying. In his wrath, he would wash the sea demons with blood. The dragon demon sea will become a scene of red for several years. At that point, the entire region would be deafened with lamentation. Because I came forward, young nobly gave me some face. Otherwise, a massacre would have come to Heaven's spirit. The roaring conch and the ancestral Terra think they are invincible, but in his eyes, they aren't even street thugs. Really, is this true? The general was completely taken aback. How could this be possible? Massacring the sea demons wasn't as easy as it sounded. Aside from immortal emperors, few could accomplish this task. She flatly replied, it is because you still don't know his identity. Such a thing isn't difficult for him at all. Forgive my ignorance, your highness, who is he then? The general had to ask, how come I haven't heard of his name in the previous generations? All martial, his name is taboo, not just anyone can talk about it. She shook her head, it is normal to not know who he is before reaching a certain level. Moreover, even those who know about him wouldn't want to talk about this type of forbidden existence. He has influenced one era after another in the 9 worlds. From the Desolate Era to the Expansion, then the Ancient Ming Era, and finally, the Emperor's Era, he has always been the ruler with a firm grasp on the development of the 9 worlds. Her eyes lit up while recalling his tales. The dark hand behind the curtains. All Marshall realized something and thought about a particular legend. He took a deep breath and said, "He's the dark hand behind the curtains? His Majesty has mentioned this to me when he was still in this world." "Yes, that's him." Runan nodded. "Remember, when the day comes when I'm no longer in this world, the true Marshall Island must stay respectful towards him." The general finally realized who he was facing and trembled inside. The true Marshall Sea God had talked about this matter to him before. Even an existence like True Marshall didn't dare to say much about the Dark Hand. He would always have a wary expression when this existence was brought up. Who was True Marshall? He was the supreme of the sea demon race, an existence praised to be on the same level as Prime. In the past, he fought evenly against immortal Emperor Min Ren even without the trident. Min Ren was no slouch either since he brought about the Emperor's era. From this, one could extrapolate just how strong True Marshall was. Nevertheless, an existence like this still kept his mouth shut regarding the Dark Hand. He even feared him. This showed just how terrifying the Dark Hand was. The general knew very little about this story. Like Runan had said, one wouldn't be able to find out until they reached a certain level. Because the sea god mentioned it to him in passing, the general realized that the most terrifying being in this world was not an immortal emperor. There was another eternal being that sea gods had to take the long way around. Chapter 1474. After Runan's group left, Li Chia called for the girls. Yong Huang was present as well. He wrote a letter before handing it to Sima Yujin. "You have learned all that you need. I have nothing else to teach you about the god-slaying Tao since you are only missing experience and more training. These things will be up to you to hone." Having said that, he paused and sighed. "It depends on your own fortune to see how far you can go in the future. It is possible to reach the end of the Tao on this path to become an immortal emperor. An assassin isn't doomed to a lightless fate or to walk on an evil and unorthodox path. Your god-slaying Tao is still a majestic grand Tao that can end at the throne. It can still open the doors to the great mysteries and beyond. Ultimately, all of this is up to you, no one else can help you." The cold Yujin quietly nodded and memorized each and every word from him. Becoming an emperor isn't dependent on your talents or how righteous your Tao is, it depends on this. He pointed at his heart. An unchanging Tao heart makes everything possible. She naturally appreciated his words carefully. After losing to the swift Tao god, she had given up on becoming an immortal emperor. Moreover, she thought that an assassin would have no chance of becoming one. However, she gained something from his guidance. It was as if a great door has just been opened. "Go back from whence you came," Li Chia said. "Give this letter to your ancestor as well as my regards." She quietly accepted his letter. Although she didn't know what the relationship between him and the god-slaying Knight Core was, logically speaking, he should be a talent from there as well since he knew their Tao so well. Alas, no matter how she looked at it, he didn't look like one of them. He finally gently waved his sleeve and told her, "Go." Yujin didn't know what to say at this moment. Their relationship was a little strange. In fact, she didn't even know what it was. Li Chia was originally her target, but he had turned into someone who answered inquiries about the Tao for her. Of course, he still wasn't her senior or peer. It was a very vague relationship. Nevertheless, he still carefully taught her without any hidden motives. No one else would believe such a thing. "Take care." This was all she could say despite the many words scrambling through her mind. She didn't know what else to say other than this. She nodded towards Yi Xiaoxiao to say goodbye before her figure flashed and disappeared. After she left, Li Chia smiled and told Xiaoxiao, "Little girl, you have played enough now, it's time to go back to the Golden Isle." "Who says I have to go back?" She glared at him and declared, I still haven't had enough, I'll go back once I'm bored. This girl had too much fun with her freedom and didn't want to go back at all. How could Li Qie not understand her? He shook his head and tried his best to convince her, listen, your bloodline is the most precious in this world, so you should treasure it. Since it has just awakened, try your best to understand it completely instead of wasting this opportunity. Please, I am a genius that can easily understand its profundities. She held her waist and fiercely stared at him a bit. Oh, Ego King, seeing as how you want me to leave so quickly, are you up to something? Having said that, her gaze shifted towards Yonghuang standing next to him and smiled. I see, I'm the third will here and bothering the two of you. I got it, you two must have that type of relationship. With that, she revealed a dubious smile. Yonghuang's face turned red after hearing this, but she immediately regained her seriousness and said, what nonsense are you saying? I'm his master. Stop. Xiao Xiao spoke with disdain. Please, the two of you don't look like master and disciple at all. You think I don't understand this Ego King? Humph, he is the biggest narcissist in the world and considers everyone else beneath him. In my opinion, if he wanted to eat you, he would definitely have his fill. Plus, for someone like him, so what if you are his master? He doesn't follow any guidelines either and will do whatever he wants. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry after Xiao Xiao's evaluation of him. He shook his head and said, okay, little girl, stop smearing me like that. She cheerfully retorted, who says I'm smearing you? Her eyes started shifting around as if she was coming up with a devious plan. Li Qie immediately knew she was up to something after seeing her expression. She grabbed his arm and told Yonghuang with a gloating look, it's no use even if you are his master. See, I am his wife, his official wife, the number one, the biggest. So in the future, if the two of you want to exchange flirting glances or engage in some, you have to get my permission first. So, use this opportunity to win my favor. Xiao Xiao wasn't only gloating, she even showed her dominance over Yonghuang. Being teased like this by a little girl left Yonghuang quite annoyed. Alas, there was nothing she could do. The girl was too crazy. Instead, Yonghuang placed her frustration and blame on Li Qie with a side glance. This playboy went everywhere and always fooled around. Now that he got this little girl involved, things like this will keep on happening. Hey now, stop flirting with each other in front of me as if I don't exist. Xiao Xiao immediately took advantage of Yonghuang's weakness and laughed. Okay, little girl, stop. Li Qie playfully flicked her nose and smiled. Whether you are willing or not, get ready to pack up and go back to the Golden Isle. This is your time to understand your bloodline with an isolated cultivation. Moreover, the two ancestral trees there will help you. Others wouldn't even be able to dream of such a divine opportunity. Even though Xiao Xiao understood the intricacies in this matter, she still had no interest. I know, but cultivating all day is so boring. Li Qie explained with a grin, you will still have to do it even if it's boring. Otherwise, you will waste your bloodline. If you don't try your best now, your future will be bleak. Even your amazing blood will be reduced to something ordinary. The heavenly Tao requires hard work, it doesn't favor the lazy. Xiao Xiao angrily said, I know, don't nag like my mother. Coming from a tree father lineage, how could she not understand this logic? However, she was still young and didn't break her habits just yet. Li Qie continued, keep working hard on cultivation. Once your bloodline reaches grand completion, maybe I'll take you to an even more brilliant and magical place. If you are too weak at that time, I won't bring a stepchild like you along. If that's the case, you'll be missing the best chance to broaden your horizons. Where? Her interest was immediately piqued after hearing this. I'll naturally tell you once you accomplish something. A mysterious smile appeared on Li Qie's face. Forget it then, no one wants to know anyway. She spoke with contempt, but this was the opposite of what she was thinking. Despite her unwillingness, Li Qie still sent her away since he valued her greatly. Her bloodline will be very useful in the future, so he didn't want her to waste this peerless bloodline. You keep on using these tricks to fool little girls. Yonghuang angrily glared at him after Xiao Xiao left. Li Qie smiled and leisurely commented, "Do I sense some jealousy right now?" With an annoyed expression and a slight blush, she replied, "Stop thinking that you're a gift to all women." Li Qie laughed and lightly said, "Come, we'll visit the true Martial Island for a bit. It's a good place with countless wonders." Yonghuang didn't say anything, but she did feel a strange sense of indescribable loss in her heart that lingered for a bit. The convention ended so quickly that it set off a wave at the Divine Ridge Citadel. Before it began, no one expected for it to end in such a manner. The main characters were Meng Jintian, the Conch Overlord, and the Prince of Darkness. However, they left in dejection. The entire process shocked all the participants. The citadel was in a clamor with many discussions everywhere. The main character became Li Qie. The most shocking thing was a human winning the support of both the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes would never believe such a thing. It's really incredible. The true martial goddess and the Lunar Grasp Fairy actually supported Li Qie. He's a human though. Both sea demons and charming spirits were confused. One was the daughter of a sea god while Lunar Grasp was from the charming spirit race. From many different perspectives, the chances of them helping a human were minuscule. After all, the human race had no status to speak of in heaven spirit. Alas, the goddess didn't support the Sea Shield Prince and the fairy didn't help Meng Jintian. Before the convention, many people speculated that even if the Lunar Grasp Fairy didn't support Jintian, she would at least remain neutral towards Li Qie due to being from different races. Therefore, this result went against everyone's expectations. Chapter 1475, Is Li Qie really going to become the immortal emperor of this generation? Many charming spirits were shaken and muttered to themselves. In the past, everyone was optimistic about Meng Jintian. In their eyes, even if the 9 worlds were to be connected again, Jintian would still have a great chance of winning. After all, he had experience in the battle for the heaven's will. Moreover, his strength was virtually flawless. Some were certain that no one else would become emperor but him. Plus, at the final battle, the charming spirits in heaven's spirit would all help Jintian. Even the sea demons and treants would be on his side. After all, after one full generation of accumulation, Jintian had ample resources and connections in heaven's spirit. If he were to call for it, many experts from the previous generation would be willing to follow. There wouldn't be any shortage of god monarchs or even god kings. However, this Li Qie came out of nowhere and resoundingly at that, killing both gods and devils standing in his way. In a short amount of time, his fame completely eclipsed Jintian, especially after this convention. He became even more brilliant with the support of the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. Jintian was overshadowed while standing beneath Li Qie's radiance. Some charming spirits who were optimistic about him were quite stirred. It looks like both the fairy and goddess are bullish about Li Qie. A charming spirit clan leader spoke, with them as his Tao protectors, it would be even more difficult to do anything to him in the future. Everyone knew that before the appearance of the next emperor, many imperial lineages and great powers would place their bets. If they picked the right candidate, it would be another generation of prosperity. If they guessed wrong, it would bring about declination or even total collapse. Thus, these sects needed to speculate whether they should support a particular candidate or not. After all, these candidates required help before ascension. If, say, they finally showed support after he became an immortal emperor, it would be completely futile to try and gain anything out of it. Because of this, after the convention of myriad races, the great powers in heaven's spirit began to hesitate. They didn't know whether to place their money on Li Qie or Meng Jintian, unlike the past when Jintian was the clear victor in the eyes of all the races. After all, humans were too weak in heaven's spirit. Everyone felt that Li Qie's chances were too small regardless of his great talents. However, everything was now different. Li Qie was exceptional and ferocious. The tide was reversed since he had won some new and powerful support. Because of this, a few lineages who were on Jintian's side started to waver. Not necessarily. Some of Jintian's stout supporters still believed in Jintian's chances. A few charming spirit lords continued to support him and even tried to lobby the other great powers. Li Qia might have the fairy and the goddess as his backing, but remember, heaven's spirit is a vast world. The three races are very powerful, and it's not like the two women are the strongest. There are still existences at the Emperor Assailant level yet to come out. I have received some reliable news that more Emperor Assailants have agreed to come out and become Jintian's supporters. His steadfast supporters continued to talk to the wavering powers. After hearing about some more Emperor Assailants coming out, the hesitating sects palpitated. If Jintian truly had such protectors, his chance would be greatly boosted. On the same day, people also heard about the fairy and goddess leaving Godhalt and heaved a sigh of relief in response. This was a rare opportunity for the few who wanted to scheme against Li Qia. The true Martial Island was very mysterious and elusive. Some said that it could travel and appear anywhere in heaven's spirit. As for why it wandered around so much, this remains an unanswered mystery. One particular hypothesis was that the island was on a divine turtle that carried it around. Another one stated that the reason why it had such mobility was that the sea god had refined the entire island into a moving ancestral ground. Regardless of the speculations from outsiders, not many have been able to see the island itself. Only extremely amazing characters were privileged enough to be invited to the island. The scenery was very charming on the island with great peaks, verdant thickets, and towering waterfalls. Auspicious beasts and birds were everywhere to be found, but they didn't disturb its serenity and peace. Li Qia and Tantai Runan sat by a precipice and enjoyed the breeze while playfully swinging their feet. She leaned on his shoulder and looked down on the entire island. The two of them didn't say anything and basked in the peaceful silence. Li Qia wistfully spoke, "Millions of years have gone by, but the mountains and rivers remain the same, unlike the fleeting inhabitants. Yes, it would be amazing if father was still here." Runan gently sighed and added, "I couldn't send him off back then. He only wants you to leave and go far away. He didn't want you to come back. Even though you couldn't send him off, I'm sure he feels very happy to know how far you have come." As the Dark Crow, Li Qia naturally knew what True Martial was thinking. This was an unfathomable character since he was on the same level as Prime. Being a child of the Sea Demon race, True Martial understood their race's mission. However, the love of parents trumps everything in this world, and True Martial was no exception. He didn't want to see his daughter having to face this mission. As a sea god, he naturally knew what his daughter would have to do after becoming one herself. Because of this, the price didn't matter in his search to sever his daughter's bloodline. This was why he paid an exorbitant amount for the Dark Crow to do so. He wanted his daughter to soar to the free sky and swim in the liberating ocean instead of being shackled in heaven's spirit. Of course, Runan understood her father's good intentions and actions. Nevertheless, a full circle came around since she still returned to heaven's spirit, the thing her father didn't want to see the most. It wasn't for that mission or whatever but for the land itself. She truly loved it. "I know," after a long time, she lamented and continued, "I still want to see him again in this lifetime." Li Qia slowly answered, "It's not impossible. Even though the world says that sea gods are dead and no longer in this world, many things are still alive and continue to exist. This is just like the ancient bloodline itself. After generations have died, it will continue to be passed down." She quietly nodded and knew what Li Qia was referring to. She eventually asked, "When the heavens will comes back, will you start your journey, young master?" "I don't need the heavens will for something so simple." He gently shook his head, "In this generation, there is no turning back. I have to move forward until my death or the start of the new epoch. It isn't easy to win in the final battle. What are you waiting for then?" She knew just how cruel the final battle will be. Despite knowing that Li Qia could very well die in battle, she still wouldn't try to stop him. This has never been her intention, and she didn't want him to stop either, for it would go against his courageous creed that has lasted for millions of years. No regrets, no retreat, no stopping. I'm waiting for grand completion. Li Chia explained, I need a chance to reach the ultimate grand completion, a heavens will at its pinnacle, and the highest of accumulations. Otherwise, death will await me regardless of how powerful I am. I'm certain you can wait until then. Runan gently replied, you have been plotting for generations, so waiting a bit longer won't cause any harm. Indeed, it shall come. Too many people have been buried and too many bones have been paved. Gods and emperors, how many of these invincible beings became nothing but bones in the end? Maybe I'll be around long enough and see your triumphant return. She held his hand tightly and intertwined her fingers with his. Li Chia declared with a smile, when I am victorious, it will be a glorious and beautiful era. Their casual conversation would make others think of two lovers sweet-talking to each other. No one would expect it to be a discussion about a heaven-shattering event. Chapter 1476. The Divine Tree Ridge was still bustling with activity after the convention of myriad races. Many cultivators chose not to leave. The reason was very simple, Jintian's group was still here. They even traveled deeper inside this region, but no one knows why. However, many speculated that they were searching for the legendary medicine of immortality. Although no one had seen it yet and they held a skeptical attitude about its existence, the group of 4 experts continued forward. The Prince of Darkness was the most familiar with the Divine Tree Ridge and led the way. Because of this, everyone guessed that they were searching for this alchemy ingredient. This was why the majority of cultivators were still staying at the ridge. No one truly gave up on this type of medicine. A while later, even more came to the ridge for their search. There was no lack of experts following Jintian's group either. If such a medicine did exist, the Prince's alliance had a better chance of getting it than anyone else. It wasn't only because they were powerful, more importantly, no one else in this world could understand the ridge more than the Prince. Because of this, the cultivators trailing in the distance thought it wouldn't be bad to get some leftover soup from the group. Their presence made even more cultivators believe in the rumors. Thus, they explored and excavated everywhere. The entire region became quite lively. Whoosh! As everyone was turning the ridge upside down, immortal rays rushed to the sky on this particular night. They floated up in the air and grew even more numerous, taking up all the space and lighting up the night sky at the ridge. They seemed to be attracted by something as they floated in the air. The cultivators at the ridge were stunned since they didn't know where these lights were coming from. Eventually, the lights came together and formed different circles. A total of 9 light wheels appeared in the sky and continued to rotate with changing colors. It was a magical scene. It gave the illusion that time was flowing like the reincarnation cycle. Everything was affected by its movement, including karma, the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 6 realms. This reincarnation flow was wondrous. Many felt dizzy while looking at it. Those with weak wills couldn't stand this continuous rotation and immediately fainted on the ground. Eventually, the light from all 9 wheels gathered together. With a loud blast, it became a great ray that shot down into a certain location deeper in the ridge. There must be a treasure there. The cultivators eventually calmed down and felt jubilant. Many of them rushed towards the location where the light disappeared. In just one night, it became a competition to see who could get there first. No one wanted to lag behind since they believed that a treasure had just come out. Sure enough, on the second day, a heaven-shattering news came about. The legendary medicine for immortality has been found right at Reincarnation Valley. Of course, this valley was previously nameless. The cultivators who rushed there named it Reincarnation. Next, another news came with lightning speed. Jintian, the Prince, the Overlord, and the Terra King have all entered Reincarnation Valley. Many cultivators turned crazy after hearing this and frantically rushed in regardless of how dangerous this place was. This was especially true for the older generation. God monarchs and god kings came in droves. There was nothing more tempting than eternal life for these powerful beings with withering lifespans. They were on the verge of death and had nothing left to lose. Even before death, they would try to seize it with more effort than anyone else. The appearance of this medicine of immortality inside the divine tree ridge also spread across Heaven's spirit in the shortest time possible. The same question emerged again, even more resoundingly than before. Is there really a medicine of immortality in this world? Even the sealed old monsters had to climb out of their hibernation. In a short period of time, Heaven's spirit was in a furor. The world shook because countless great characters were rushing towards the divine tree ridge at Godhalt. On this day, numerous portals were opened and their lights lit up the sky. As for the ridge, many powerful auras swept through the region as these experts arrived. There were rumors about Emperor assailants coming out as well to vie for this item. Li Qiye was alarmed as well by the immortal light shooting towards the night sky. While staying at the true Martial Island, he looked at the 9 disappearing lights and smiled. After so many years of waiting, the time is finally ripe. What a shame that so many emperors couldn't wait until this day. Su Yonghuang was alerted as well. She immediately went to find him and said, "This aura, it is just like that great momentum I felt in that place." She was referring to the place where her ancestor died. She had entered that area, but only the outskirts by the corpse. That's the place, Jintian's group has found it. With the Prince of Darkness there, it isn't strange that they're able to find it. After all, he is the local snake who is very familiar with the ridge. Yonghuang spoke in awe, so they came for this legendary medicine. In fact, not long after she got here, she had heard people talking about this medicine growing at the ridge before. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There's nothing surprising about this. Meng Jintian didn't only come for the convention. If that cowardly turtle, the Conch Overlord, came as well, they naturally had a plot going on." Li Qiye paused before flatly adding, "But there is definitely no medicine of immortality in the world, at least, not at the divine tree ridge. If it's not for immortality, what is it for then?" Yonghuang was surprised after hearing this since everyone else said otherwise. Li Qiye slowly uttered, "Reincarnation 9 leaves." Reincarnation 9 leaves? She had never heard of this item before and asked, "What kind of immortal vegetation is it?" Li Qiye only smiled before turning to leave. Under the moonlight, Runan also stared at the wheels rotating in the sky and said, "The reincarnation 9 leaves have finally matured." "Yes, it has indeed after so many years." Li Qiye loudly laughed. She withdrew her gaze and looked at him to say, "I heard that father went to the ridge to find it, and not just once either. After several fruitless trips, he finally found the place with the final leaves. I'm sure he must have consulted you about this. Unfortunately, he still returned empty-handed even after going there." Li Qiye smiled without answering her. The 9 leaves have always been a myth. Not only sea gods, even emperors have searched for it. Some emperors were successful, but since it wasn't ripe, it would have been meaningless to take it. She had to ask, "Can it really make people reincarnate and live again?" "I don't know." Li Qiye shook his head. "According to the records, this is possible. However, I have never obtained mature leaves before, or I wouldn't have been waiting for so long. From one of the tattered records, 1 leaf can indeed allow someone to reincarnate once. However, the chance is only around 20%, 1 in 5. Failure would mean turning into ashes." She curiously asked, "Can one person use several leaves?" "It's possible." He replied, "The more you use, the less potent it will be. For example, the first one is 20%, the next one will be reduced by half, and so on and so forth. Of course, you can also test your luck and eat all 9 at the same time. Maybe you'll get lucky and be successful." Chapter 1477, Reincarnation meant coming back to life for an entire generation. Thus, it was discussed and sought by many invincible characters alongside immortality. Even emperors were no exception. However, these 2 topics were impossible to reach. The emperors failed to reach immortality, let alone reincarnation. Because of a wondrous medicine like the reincarnation 9 leaves, many of these great beings came to the divine tree ridge in order to find this mythical item. Some emperors and sea gods actually managed to find it in the past, but they came back empty-handed since the leaves had yet to mature completely. Even if they took it, it would have been useless. The leaves would only be ordinary dried grass. After years of waiting, it was finally ripe in this generation. There are still several old monsters in Heaven's spirit. Runan slowly said, they won't come out so easily. This is probably why Jintian's group want the 9 leaves, they want to invite them. The more the merrier. Li Qie smiled and said, I'm more afraid of people not coming out. If that group doesn't come, it would be problematic for me. It's looking good now, though. Jintian and the Prince of Darkness are still quite young, full of blood energy and life force. Runan smiled. She immediately understood his intentions after hearing him. I won't participate in this important matter then. If I go, they might hesitate, and that will ruin your business. We'll just take advantage of this opportunity and give them a chance. Maybe they will think they are in control and certain of victory. I hope they think so too. Li Qie grinned. Runan couldn't help but chuckle. After following him for so long, she naturally knew what he was scheming. Jintian and them aren't the only victims to fall for this. Many arrogant existences thought that they had victory within their grasp, but in the end, the dark crow hiding behind the scenes devoured them completely without leaving behind bones. Those who truly knew the dark crow were also aware of how terrifying he was. The wise move would be to stand aside or simply not come out at all. After the destruction of the ancient Ming, few people in the world could stop his path. After all, they risked being massacred. After a long silence, he looked at her and offered with great sincerity, if you want, I can leave you 1 leaf. No, I don't want to keep such a thing either. She gently shook her head. Li Qie replied, I know you don't need it, but it can be a good backup plan. If it comes down to it, you will have a certain chance to start over. She pondered for a long time before directly answering, no, I won't gamble on the chance to come back. I feel that I am ready to face both success and failure. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle the everlasting mission since who knows how long it will last. At this point, she sighed with some sadness, I have shined in my life with incredible accomplishments. I just need to face the final mission so that it can end already. I know that regardless of the outcome, I will have tried my best. Leave it for the heavens to decide. Their hands were still intertwined. He could understand her feelings. I'm no match for you, young master. Runan wryly smiled and lamented, I am gifted with some intelligence, but in the end, the wisest is still you. Throughout the long years, you explore and fight in succession before building up even more, never feeling discouraged in defeat and no complacency in victory. Your shadow has always wandered across time itself with great perseverance. From the 9 worlds to what lies above to the 9 worlds, you never gave up in accumulating and consolidating your power. She let out another long sigh and bitterly said, I don't have the same Tao heart as you and might not be able to persist after such a long time. Seeing those close to me leave one after another and finding myself alone on this path. At that point, I think I might go crazy. Li Qie sighed as well. The long years were truly endless. Thus, you have always been my pride. She was still tightly clasping his fingers as she smiled, you shouldn't waste something like the 9 leaves on me. Make good use of it in other places instead. Reincarnation. Li Qie chuckled in response, I'm afraid I've never thought about reincarnating at all. I've grown weary of living for so long, I just want to go all out in the end regardless of the outcome. In this generation, I'm not thinking about starting over after losing. At the very best, I might just leave some backup plans. I trust you, young master. Whether you win or lose, you will be the last one smiling. Defeat won't get you down since you will have a way of lifting your head again. I don't want to see you talk about defeat like this since you will certainly rise and become even stronger in order to take down your enemies. Even if I have some backup plans, I wouldn't gamble on the 20% chance of the 9 leaves. She smiled back at him. Runan knew that although her young master was always smiling, this was not the case for his heart. He rarely had moments of sincere happiness. Eventually, Li Qie and Su Yonghuang left the islands to enter the Reincarnation Valley. Once they arrived, cultivators from all over Heaven's Spirit were constantly rushing into God Halt for the Divine Tree Ridge. More than 70% of this group consisted of the white-haired elderly, some were even on the verge of death. These were the ones most desperate to prolong their lives. If the medicine for immortality doesn't exist, why did this news come out? Is someone deliberately misleading people? Is all of this a conspiracy? Su Yonghuang noticed something was strange after seeing the horde of old ancestors coming to the ridge. It's not something big or anything, but it is indeed a ruse. Li Qie smiled and explained, Meng Zhentian might not know anything, but the prince certainly knows a bit. After all, this is his territory. The spirit abyss must be the sect spreading this, they're the only ones capable of this at God Halt. Li Qie stated, both Zhentian and the prince must be trying to mislead others. Yonghuang asked, what is the purpose of this move? It's easy to guess Zhentian's motive. He wants the heaven's will and is in an advantageous position at Heaven's Spirit. If the lunar grasp fairy does not compete, he'll be able to do whatever he wants without competition. However, he alone can't go against the other geniuses in the 9 worlds. After all, everyone has backings and powerful lineages. Li Qie smiled at this point. The competition for the heavens will has grave consequences to everyone's rise and fall. Because of this, the geniuses aren't the only ones fighting. They have ample resources and Tao protectors to subdue their enemies. It doesn't matter how strong Zhentian is, he still won't be able to take care of the rest of the 9 worlds. He needs an emperor assailant to protect him and preside over everything. Yonghuang went straight to the point, so he wants to use this medicine to attract emperor assailants for protection. You can put it that way. Even if such existences won't fight for him on the battlefield, he still wants some of them to guard his base. Otherwise, if his base were to be attacked before the war even starts, he would be on the passive end right away. Of course, it isn't that easy to invite them. Ordinary treasures can't get into their eyes. These old men are most scared of death, so nothing is more tempting than an object of immortality. Yonghuang understood just how cruel the battle for the throne was. Even a character like Meng Zhentian would need to ask people for help in order to be successful regardless of his personal capabilities. Chapter 1478, Reincarnation Valley was deep inside the ridge. This particular valley was lush and surrounded by rivers running around the green and rolling mountains. It wasn't overly large and secluded, but it did have an oppressive energy. This land would give birth to wondrous creatures, possibly even a deity. It wasn't like this the last time I came. Su Yonghuang was surprised to see this scene even before entering the valley. Li Qie chuckled and revealed, it's not too surprising since the great momentum hit it before. Right now, you are seeing the true entrance. What is this grand momentum? Yonghuang was puzzled about this matter. Before, due to Li Qie's warning, she didn't dare to venture further and left after finding her ancestors' remains. Nevertheless, she still felt this majestic momentum. Once inside, she felt as if she was immersed in a boundless world. Everything became insignificant in comparison. This momentum has converged around the 9 leaves because they have almost matured. Li Qie chuckled, if this wasn't the case, it would be easier said than done to find this place. Some sea gods have come in person in the past, but they couldn't do anything because of it. If it wasn't for the map left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia, you wouldn't have been able to find this place either. He glanced at her after saying this. She finally understood how precious the map she had was at this moment. Half of this diagram was left by her ancestor while the other was traded from the minor Zen school. It came from a female disciple of the Undying Gate that married into their sect. Li Qie glanced at the geography ahead. In the past, the emperor left behind this map as a backup plan. Alas, the gate had fallen and couldn't make use of it. She asked, if he knew about this place and have visited it in the past, why didn't he take the reincarnation 9 leaves away? Li Qie gently shook his head, he didn't exactly come here for the grass. At the very least, he didn't want to eat it to enter the reincarnation cycle to live for another generation. Someone at his level wouldn't bet on such a low chance. Outside of researching the grass, he came for something else, not just to take it away. He paused for a moment before continuing, plus, with the grand momentum here, it's no simple task to take it away. A forceful attempt at taking something away from the power of the ridge would make it wither right away, not to mention that even an emperor would find it difficult to attack this place. Even if they were capable, they might not want to pay the price. Even emperors can't take it down? Su Yonghuang was shocked to hear this. During their respective eras, emperors were invincible existences. Li Qie replied, if one were to attack with wanton regard for the price, they could still succeed. Alas, the price would be unimaginable. She asked with astonishment, what kind of place is this then? Do all immortal medicines have this type of grand momentum to protect them? It is undeniable that an immortal medicine of the reincarnation 9 leaves level would be protected by the world itself. Li Qie gazed at the valley and replied, however, it is not the case here. To a smaller extent, the momentum is man-made, but due to the location blessed by the high heavens, you can also say that this momentum is a natural phenomenon. Are you saying that these leaves have a master or had a master before? She could read what he was implying. Li Qie glanced at her and said, you are very discerning, truly a good seed to be a disciple. Stop trying to insinuate anything and obediently call me master instead. She gritted her teeth and angrily glared at him. Her words didn't carry much confidence because a master like her had no semblance of one, while Li Qie didn't look like a disciple at all. As the master, she had nothing to teach him, but he instead had taught her many things. Their roles were completely reversed. Li Qie smiled and said, you are right in some ways. The 9 leaves can be considered to have a master already, but not in my eyes. What kind of existence is its master? She became curious. In this location, there was a momentum untouchable by even emperors. Its master must have been quite mighty and frightening. A dead person. Li Qie chuckled in response, just think about it, what type of people require this item? Of course, even for them, this is only a backup plan. No one would use it unless there was no other way. People of this level wouldn't gamble on a 20% chance. If it has a master already, if you try and take it away, aren't you? She became worried. It was a reasonable doubt. After all, a master of this item was surely a terrorizing existence. So what? He interrupted her and laughed, if I need something, it is the same regardless of whether it has a master or not, it's completely up for grabs. Yonghuang was speechless. He said these high-handed words so casually. It was simply unreasonable, but that was not his nature, this was someone who spoke with his fist. The two talked along the way and made it to the entrance of the valley. There were many cultivators and experts standing here. Some released their blood energies and didn't hesitate to show their strength publicly. Others hid their auras and identities. The few true masters were hiding in the shadows while gazing at everything. Because of this, no one knew who the strongest at the valley was. Some even believed that emperor assailants have made it here. However, these characters would just quietly stay in the background. Fierce is here. People quickly made way for the duo after seeing them and didn't dare to block their path. However, some also felt relieved after seeing that it was only Li Qie and Su Yonghuang. Fiercest was strong indeed and enough to make others tremble timidly. However, if the lunar grasped fairy and the true martial goddess were here as well, no one could contest him for the medicine. The younger generation was fine with it, but for the dying crowd, they must have this medicine. Even if they were to face Li Qie or Meng Zhentian, they would still risk it all and try to fight for the medicine. After all, nothing was more important and precious than living on. Because of this, the absence of the other 2 women was a welcome sight. At the very least, they still had a chance against Li Qie instead of none. Someone couldn't help but mutter with dissatisfaction, he's so young, why would he want an immortal medicine? Of course, these were the old men. After all, they were rightfully annoyed that these young ones in their prime came here to compete with them. He might not need to use it, but he can let others have it. If he has it in his possession, he could definitely invite an emperor assailant. Plus, which cultivator dares to say he'll live forever? Another old man laughed and didn't mind a young person like Li Chia coming to join the fun. People quickly stared at Li Chia. The competition had yet to begin, yet a few have already considered him to be an enemy. Chapter 1479. Li Chia and Su Yonghuang stood by the entrance and glanced into the valley ahead. It was very pretty with verdant trees and long vines everywhere. Moreover, a spirit energy enveloped the entire place without dissipating. A garden for meditation this was. Many cultivators would be willing to stay here and train. There were ponds and small streams connecting here and there. These complex currents formed a water vein. Moreover, the water from each stream didn't interfere with each other and flowed quietly. It made the valley seem like a water kingdom. Even the potholes were filled with water. In the middle of such a valley situated an old tree whose branches twisted everywhere. Even though it wasn't overly large, it was flourishing with green leaves. Its thick bark made its age apparent. This tree was incredibly conspicuous in this valley, as if it was absorbing the massive amount of energy in the valley in order to grow. Yonghuang was attracted by this scene and asked, "Is that the reincarnation 9 leaves?" "No, that's not it. This old tree is still very amazing, but the disparity between it and the 9 leaves is considerable. They're not on the same level at all. The little grass growing beneath this tree is the real reincarnation 9 leaves. It is attached to this tree." Li Chia pointed forward. She followed his direction to take a gander. Below the numerous roots was a grass around 1 foot long. There were 9 round leaves growing from it like little circles with thin teeth on the edges. Because of these sharp edges, it looked as if the leaves were rotating. Even though the leaves were emitting a faint light as well as the occasional flash that resembled shimmering gems, many were drawn towards the old tree instead. It was because there was too much energy from the tree. Plus, there were many signs pointing to its great age. Even the most ignorant would know that this was a divine tree. Because of this, the grass growing from the roots of this tree was extraordinary, but it was no match for the tree itself. Su Yonghuang felt the same way. In the beginning, all of her attention was fixated on the old tree that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. Despite not being an alchemist, she could still tell that moving this energy-rich tree into a sect would grant great benefits for the disciples there. This was precisely the reason why she didn't notice the reincarnation 9 leaves in the beginning. How can you tell that the leaves are ready? After being reminded by Li Chia, she carefully gazed at the leaves. The longer she looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. The occasional glimmer from the leaves was wondrous like the stars themselves and full of life. Take a closer look at its roots and see if it is about to separate. He woke her up from her stupor. She shifted her attention towards the roots of the 9 leaves. They were very small and initially looked ordinary. However, they had withstood the test of time just like the tree's roots. Upon closer inspection, these roots looked like the claws of a true dragon that were clutching at the old tree's roots. This was why the grass was able to grow on the tree. However, these claw-like roots were loosening their grasp and seemed to be separating from the other roots. Don't think that it is growing on the old roots. In fact, its roots are linked to the entire ground below. When it is near maturity, its roots will shrink. After so many long years, the process came down to this final moment of convergence. When it truly ripens, it will fall off from the tree. He paused for a moment before continuing. Because of this, it isn't that easy to take it away. Uprooting it would be akin to overturning the entire divine tree ridge. You have to wait until it matures before doing so. Otherwise, even if you are capable of this task, it would be the same as taking away a dried blade of grass. Buzz. After Li Chia finished his explanation, someone suddenly appeared inside the valley. He stood in a puddle with a black light lingering around him. However, with another buzz, he disappeared. This was the Prince of Darkness from the Abyss. He suddenly appeared and disappeared right away, so Yonghuang didn't know what was going on. After seeing this, a cultivator shouted, "It's the prince, that's the 5th time he has appeared." Someone else murmured, "The prince's group is getting closer and closer to the immortal medicine. It looks like they have a good chance of getting it now. What's going on?" Yonghuang found the prince's actions puzzling. It shows that he's going to the right places. Li Qie smiled and explained, "If he can't reappear, I'm afraid he will never be able to come out from this dangerous place." With that, he pulled her into the valley. The moment they set foot on its ground, the two also disappeared from sight with a buzz. "Fiercest has entered as well, do we follow?" A few experts guarding the entrance were stirred. "Why should we? Isn't it better to stand guard by the door?" Someone revealed a devious smile. They had their own calculations. The guards smiled back with a tacit understanding. It was better to hide in the back instead of rushing in. Perhaps they could take advantage of the situation and steal the tiger's meal right in front of its jaws. After being pulled inside by Li Qie, the scene before Yonghuang changed. The spiritual valley was gone, only a great desert with sand everywhere remained. Not only was sand flying everywhere, it was extremely hard. The grains below their feet seemed to be baking people alive. Is this an illusion? After sensing the tangible changes in the air, Yonghuang had an indescribable feeling. She couldn't believe that this was the lush reincarnation valley they were at a second ago. Do you think this is an illusion? There's no doubt that many illusions are very real and virtually imperceptible. However, this is no illusion. Li Qie chuckled. She couldn't tell reality from illusion in this place because it was too real. What is it then? You can think of it as a samsara domain as well as an abandoned land. This place did exist a long time ago. However, for many reasons, it was abandoned. She asked while staring at the sand, "Can we leave?" "It's not hard." Li Qie answered, "Of course, the farther you go, the harder it is to return. However, if you wish to go to the center of the valley, you must surpass the samsara in this place. Otherwise, it's impossible to enter to obtain the 9 leaves. Let's go." Li Qie grabbed her and continued forward. Fiercest is also here. They naturally met more cultivators while walking on this great desert who immediately made way for them. Yonghuang found that this desert didn't only have sand. The cultivators here dug up many large beast skeletons and eaten wood. After they entered the valley in this desert, they couldn't follow the route taken by the Prince of Darkness. Thus, they stayed here and excavated in order to find treasures among these remains and wood. The presence of these things underground prompted her next question. This place didn't used to be like this, right? You are probably right. Perhaps this used to be an ancient forest with towering trees with birds and fish everywhere. Li Qie chuckled. Yonghuang had trouble imagining what had actually happened for this place to become a wasteland like this. Chapter 1480. The duo went on their way at a normal pace. Every once in a while, Li Qie would stop and observe the ground. After seeing his actions, she curiously asked, "Where are we going?" "The next domain." Li Qie smiled, "This isn't the only place here. Inside this grand momentum are many great domains. A domain like this is only a tiny corner of the overarching momentum." "This vast place is only a tiny corner? Then wouldn't this momentum be as large as heaven's spirit itself?" She was startled. Li Qie shook his head in response. "No, you misunderstood me. I'm saying that this vast realm only carries a small amount of the momentum's unimaginable power. This is the reason why even emperors can't easily take down this place." The two went on for a long time before arriving at a dune. While standing on top of it, Li Qie looked around and smiled. "This is the place. Get ready, we're about to jump." Yonghuang took a deep breath and stood next to him. "Go." After she was prepared, he held her and jumped. The two disappeared instantly. The scene before them changed as they were now back in Reincarnation Valley. She looked around and saw the watery valley again, not too far from the old tree. Fiercest also found the right path. Many were watching from the entrance and noticed the two reappear. It might look like they were still close to the entrance. However, there was a great realm separating the two locations. In the next second, both of them disappeared from the valley again. The sand was no longer there. They were situated in a vast plain with rolling mountains and verdant trees. Of course, they saw many cultivators here as well. These people were searching for spirit medicines and grasses. This place might be majestic, but it was also damaged. One could see collapsed mountain ranges and destroyed lakes. These scars have been alleviated by the passage of time, but they were still apparent enough with a keen eye. Yonghuang commented after seeing this, "Is this due to emperors and sea gods coming in later, or could it be an even more ancient war? It's just a corner of an old world." Li Qie didn't answer directly. Meanwhile, the cultivators here were very curious as well. They followed the Prince of Darkness group to this particular domain and found the plentiful alchemy ingredients here. Thus, they stayed behind to find some more instead. The duo continued into a particular ravine where Li Qie jumped with Yonghuang once more. They returned to the valley before disappearing into the next domain. The scene changed again into a world of ice and snow as far as the eyes could see. The ground and everything in it was completely covered while snow fell like goose feathers. Sky-piercing mountains and grand lakes weren't spared from the downfall. It seemed as if the snow had never stopped falling here ever since the ancient age. Yonghuang found archaic structures and floating pavilions as she walked around. This seemed to be the ancestral ground of a great sect. Inside were different buildings and connecting bridges. All of these modeled buildings were enveloped in ice. Yonghuang asked, "What about this place?" This location was definitely inhabited by people in the past. However, it seemed to be abandoned just like the rest of this icy world. As you might have imagined, it is another deserted world. Its inhabitants have fled. Li Qie smiled and spoke while looking at the falling snowflakes. "This snow is not caused by the villainous heavens." This made Yonghuang shudder. She suddenly had a terrifying thought and took a deep breath before asking, "This is man-made?" "Pretty much." Li Qie flatly said, "During the destruction of the world, an ultimate blow was unleashed, annihilating everything in its path as well as freezing this world. Even though it managed to expulse the enemies, the user's own world suffered as well." She was astonished after hearing this. A frozen world still trapped in perpetual snow after millions of years, just how terrifying was this? If this was the ultimate blow during its apocalypse, then what kind of monstrous character was its user? You don't need to be surprised. Li Qie stated while looking at the dazed woman, "Perhaps one day, Heaven's spirit will face this fate as well." "This will happen to Heaven's spirit too?" She was aghast. Li Qie nodded, "Yes, it will happen one day. If it can survive the disaster, then it will be a good place for outstanding talents in the future." Yonghuang found it hard to calm down after knowing this. She could already see the end of days and how terrifying it would be. Calling it an apocalypse wouldn't be an exaggeration. She saw many experts in this world as well. They were digging through the trapped palaces in order to find amazing treasures. Without a doubt, these ones followed the prince's group as well and decided to stop for the fortune in this place. After seeing the mass, she uttered, "Jintian's group really knows the way. It's nothing too surprising. The spirit abyss is the local snake here, they know the ridge very well. They have done ample research on this matter too." Li Qie smiled. Li Qie and Yonghuang jumped through several large domains of all shapes and forms. One was engulfed in fire as if the entire world had been scorched. One particular domain was fragmented from a terrible war, the entire place was collapsing. Another one was desolate and lifeless. It was as if all creatures have left as they were unable to survive in such a place. Even though these domains had a certain level of danger, they weren't overly perilous. Many cultivators had followed along and stayed behind in these different domains for treasures. Yonghuang eventually asked, "Didn't you say that the grand momentum was very dangerous?" Li Qie smiled and said, "The the time is different. The 9 leaves are near maturity, so the momentum is only focusing on it for a successful bloom. That's why it isn't strange for these places to not be dangerous. They crossed over several more domains. However, at the final one, someone actually blocked their path. The jumping point of this domain was a long and narrow valley covered in snow. It seemed that crossing this place would be the same as passing through this world. However, no one could enter the valley since it was blocked by some people. When the two got there, many experts were gathering at the entrance. Everyone wanted to pass through, but entry was not allowed. This made them angry, yet they didn't dare to voice their displeasure. After seeing the duo, someone cried out, "There's fiercest." Many eyes lit up at their arrival. Even those who were usually annoyed from seeing him found him quite pleasing to the eye at the moment. No one is going to block fiercest's way. People were secretly celebrating. The crowd quickly parted so that Wuxia could get to the front. Their intentions couldn't be any clearer. It was to let Wuxia open the way for everyone. Chapter 1481. A seasoned man dressed in white was guarding the entrance. This middle-aged man emitted an immense aura. His robe was neat and simple. However, it looked extraordinary on him. He made it seem like armor instead. It wasn't this robe accentuating his aura was the thing embellishing its fair color. He looked just like a general in his battle uniform. He sat by the entrance with a spear on his knees. It acted like a mountain range, blocking everyone off from the snow valley. No one dared to take half a step forward. This man was quite famous since he was Meng Jintian's leading disciple. He began to follow Jintian at a young age and weathered many storms together. He has personally witnessed Jintian's glorious life. Because of this, Jintian thought very highly of him and placed him as the commander of the Heaven Suppression Legion. Another reason why Jintian valued him so much was due to his exceedingly high talents. When Jintian was deterring the world, he was also famous. Rumor has it that he was already an apex god king. This was the highest level of ordinary god kings. At this level, one must break the shackles of the Grand Tao in order to reach the next level, a world-dominating god king. A world dominator was on the other side of this particular realm. Even though both were considered god kings, a world dominator was much stronger than an apex god king. Another thing to note is that the apex level would allow one to chase after an emperor. In Heaven's spirit, someone once said that if this general had taken the path of the heavens, he might have had the chance to catch up to his master and even compete against him for the heaven's will. However, rumor has it that he was completely loyal to his master. Because Jintian still hasn't become an emperor, he chose the path of the Grand Era instead to become Jintian's staunchest supporter. Regardless of the circumstances, he would appear in the nick of time to help his master. All along, this white general had been protecting the Dream Empyrean. He was its pillar even when Jintian was in this world, let alone when Jintian was sealed underground. He rarely left his sect, so his appearance here carried a great significance. Today, he wouldn't allow anyone to enter the Snow Valley. Although the crowd wanted to reach the next domain, no one could do anything with him blocking the entrance. Any intruder must weigh themselves first against a potential apex god king to see if they were qualified to fight against this level of existence. Moreover, this general didn't only represent himself. His presence here also meant that he had been given permission by Jintian. One could even guess that this was under Jintian's orders. Thus, the general had Jintian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Conch Overlord behind him. Who would dare to oppose these supreme behemoths? This made people think that the next jump would take people to the end of Reincarnation Valley where the immortal medicine was growing. Everyone here understood the significance of this medicine. It was priceless and highly coveted. For many experts, even if they couldn't get the medicine itself, just one leaf or the mud where it was growing would be extremely beneficial. But now, the general made everyone realize that Jintian wanted everything for his group and didn't allow anyone else to meddle. Although the crowd was unhappy with this decision, they were also helpless. That was until Wuxia came and they saw hope in him. It was common knowledge that Fiercest was Jintian's mortal enemy. He would surely do something about the white general. Considering his ferocity and arrogant nature, he would definitely slay the general before entering. Because of this, the cultivators here grew excited as they made way for him to deal with the general so that they can enter afterward. Even if they couldn't get the medicine, they still wanted to catch a glimpse of it in order to have a nice conversational topic for the rest of their life. As Li Chia walked by, someone whispered with a hint of excitement, "Who can actually stop fiercest once he decides to do something?" Even charming spirits were no exceptions. In the past, who would actually care about a human, especially one who was about to face the White General, an apex god king? However, the times have changed. Despite being a human, Li Chia's notoriety was at an all-time high. He was completely unstoppable. In this short period of time, many cultivators in Heaven's spirit began to think highly of Li Chia, even the ones from the charming spirit race. Even the hostile sea demons began to change. Some became bullish about Li Chia and thought that he could become the next emperor. This shift in attitude should come as no surprise. Even the true martial goddess and the lunar grasp fairy held Li Chia in high regard. This indirectly changed the public's opinion of him. Some even thought that he would defeat Jintian for sure. This was the brutal truth of the cultivation world. As long as one was strong enough to suppress the 9 heavens, it didn't matter how many people reviled him in the past. When the person stood at the apex, many would start to worship them and even revile those who offered their criticism in the past. At this time, all eyes were on Li Chia. The crowd longed for him to fight against the White General. He walked forward and glanced at his opponent before saying, "Good dogs don't block the way, move." So domineering. A cultivator secretly praised him right away. This was completely different than the past when someone would scold him for being ignorant and arrogant. His actions right now only looked domineering to the crowd. After hearing this, the White General's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. He didn't become angry and only emotionlessly responded, "I am under orders to stop everyone from passing. Otherwise, face the consequences." He was completely confident and proud. Of course, he was qualified to do so as an apex god king. This was a dreadful and awe-inspiring character regardless of the time and place. There weren't that many apex god kings in this world. "I don't have time to blabber with you," Li Chia flatly replied, "Scram now or I'll hang your head on the cliff. That's the future emperor for you." Another secretly gave a thumbs up after hearing this. The general didn't like this comment and stood up to shout, "Li Chia, I have heard of your fame before. Today, I will see if you are worthy of it." He stood proudly with his back as straight as a pillar. It was full of power like a bow ready to fire. The spear in his hand became part of his body and issued a surging battle intent. This aura rushed out and was seemingly capable of tearing through everything. At this moment, there wasn't an immense blood energy or blinding divine rings, only the battle intent was present on his body, one without fear. He was ready to fight to the end. The cultivators nearby quickly retreated after the general revealed his boiling battle intent. It was simply too strong and made everyone else shudder with fear. "Interesting, more so than your master. Very well, if you wish to die, I'll lend you a hand." Li Chia couldn't help but smile after seeing this. The general slowly raised and pointed his spear at Li Chia. "Come, the only way you're getting through here is over my dead body." Bold and courageous. Li Chia laughed while clapping. "Let's see how much you have learned from your master, don't let me down." The crowd watched with bated breaths as the two sides postured for war. Chapter 1482. Shortly after the words were exchanged, many eyes darted to Li Chia and the White General. With the spear in his hand, the general's will to battle was monstrous. He was ready to fight against the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Li Chia was nonchalant and relaxed, as if he could easily take down any powerful foe. The atmosphere became tense with everyone holding their breaths. Many felt that Li Chia could take down the White General instantly. However, they still wanted to see the fight. After all, the general was Jintian's disciple. He might not be as strong as Jintian, but the disparity shouldn't be too far. Thus, if Li Qie killed the general, it would be a direct blow to Jintian. Fellow Daoist Li, it is just a misunderstanding. A voice came about during this tense moment. It was one with the world and its rhythm while accompanied by the Grand Tao. Another man came about, causing the sun and moon to shift with celestials floating around him. Each of his steps seemed to be crushing the world with the weight of Mount Tai. Meng Jintian. Someone exclaimed after seeing him. People might have conflicting thoughts about him, but at this moment, they all felt a sense of awe and respect. They quickly parted to make way for him and kept a distance. Jintian's arrival shocked everyone. They felt their hearts beating faster and knew that a storm was coming. Misunderstanding? Li Qie maintained his leisurely smile after seeing Jintian. He looked as if the dreadful Jintian was no different from a random person walking on the streets. Just this alone was worthy of admiration. Anyone would be affected by Jintian or at least put on a serious expression. If they weren't enemies, then it would be a look of respect. Jintian revealed a smile as bright as the sun, illuminating everyone's hearts. It made them feel at ease and that he was trustworthy. He spoke, "I was thinking of everyone's safety when I had my disciple stay here in order to avoid needless deaths for our friends here." This answer made everyone glance at each other. Such an excuse was unbelievable. However, no one dared to question him at this moment. After all, opposing him right now was an unwise move, not to mention very few here were qualified to fight against him. They knew they weren't his match, so why would they bother to challenge him? They glanced over at Li Qie instead, since he was the only one who would dare to do so and fulfill their wish. "So you are saying that I am misjudging your good intentions?" Li Qie chuckled. Jintian showed a charismatic and convincing smile. "Fellow Daoist Li, you are overthinking things." He spoke in such a friendly manner that it made them seem like friends that haven't met in a long time. No one could imagine that these two became irreconcilable enemies not long ago. At the convention of myriad races, Jintian angrily called Li Qie by his name, but now, it was "Fellow Daoist Li" with a friendly smile. Li Qie asked in a carefree manner, "So you have a reason for letting your disciple block this path?" Jintian seriously replied, "I indeed did so for everyone's sake so that they don't enter the dangerous area and lose their lives. Everyone followed us here, so if they were to die because of us, would feel very sorry." He spoke with such sincerity that some people were confused and couldn't determine whether he was lying or not. They found it hard to suspect him due to his attitude. Some even began to think that the White General was here so that they wouldn't see the upcoming danger. Of course, the older crowd didn't believe him at all and simply sneered in their minds. "I'd like to hear what is dangerous about it then." Li Qie didn't object and smiled casually. Jintian continued, "This snow valley has an extremely unstable ice source and could accidentally freeze over everything with monstrous power. If people aren't prepared, even god monarchs would freeze to death in an instant." The crowd wavered and thought that maybe this ice valley was actually dangerous. Jintian didn't look like he was lying at all. "I see." Li Qie cheerfully replied, "It's just an ice source, not enough to reach the apex. Let's go, I want to take this immortal medicine then go back home for a nap." Jintian hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Li, you need to reconsider. This place is filled with fatal dangers. You should wait for this ice source to dissipate before entering." He acted as if he was thinking for Li Qie. No one could see that these two were mortal enemies. In terms of logic, Li Qie was Jintian's competitor for the heaven's will. Thus, Li Qie getting in trouble could only be good for Jintian. So now, when Jintian asked Li Qie to not seek trouble, it seemed like an act of kindness. This began to convince the other cultivators nearby. Even some of the more experienced cultivators murmured, "Maybe this ravine is really dangerous." At the same time, the real masters understood what was going on. They knew that this was a type of strategy to egg Li Qie on. The more Jintian talked like this, the more Li Qie would want to take the risk and rush inside. Li Qie smilingly replied, "I accept your goodwill, but this danger is nothing to me. Move." He bit the bait. The old master quietly thought, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Fierce might be powerful, but his scheming is still not a match for Jintian. Well, Jintian hesitated before answering. If fellow Daoist Li wants to come inside, I can't do anything about it. However, focus on staying safe and leave at the first sign of danger. I shall lend you a hand then. One would mistake Jintian as Li Qia's best friend at this moment. No need, this won't be anything. Li Qia didn't care for Jintian at all. Su Yonghuang, standing next to him, was also chuckling. She knew Li Qia too well. Li Qia enjoyed jumping into traps and trampling all over his opponent's calculations when they were certain of victory. He enjoyed watching their despair. Jintian helplessly replied, I won't hold you here any longer then. Both he and the white general stood to the side so that Li Qia could enter. The older masters quietly shook their heads. Li Qia was still goaded into this trap in the end. He was still a bit too young and inexperienced compared to Jintian. Regardless of their thoughts, everyone held their breaths as they watched the snow valley to see if it was dangerous like Jintian had said or not. They wanted to see if Li Qia could actually weather through the incoming peril. They didn't miss a single beat as he slowly walked into the entrance while waiting for the danger to come. Chapter 1483, ZZZ, Li Qia and Yonghuang took their time walking into the valley while noisily stepping on the snow. Li Qia was nonchalant with a faint smile on his face as he told Yonghuang, you need to be ready. The frost here can kill you instantly, so channel your solar physique for protection. Fire and ice oppose each other, so this freezing force won't kill you no matter how powerful it might be. Is the ice source here really that powerful? Yonghuang's eyes turned serious. At this time, she channeled her inner physique and energy so that it could erupt on command. There's an ice source, but it's not that dangerous. Li Qia smiled freely, however, someone has played with it, so its power is a lot more frantic right now. You're still going forward despite knowing the dangers. She gave him the side eye. Of course, she wasn't blaming him at all. It was more of a coquettish glance that makes the heart itch. It's just a little danger, can't reach the apex. You can just wait and watch the fun. Li Qia grinned, if he wants to trick me, let him do so before I take his dog life. She smiled gracefully in response without feeling any pressure. She always had confidence in Li Qia since he would stay true to his words. Nothing in this world was difficult for him. As they continued forward, many people outside held their breaths and gazed at the duo's every single step with their hearts hanging. Buzz. Once the two reached the depths of the valley, a freezing force suddenly exploded with unbelievable speed and encapsulated the two, turning them into ice sculptures. However, Yonghuang prepared herself beforehand. The moment the ice layer surrounded her, her solar physique erupted with its refined sunfire surging several times more powerful than usual. Buzz, the physique melted the ice right away and continued to spread further to melt everything else. However, this freezing force was extremely powerful. Like Jintian had said earlier, it could instantly freeze a god monarch to death. If she wasn't prepared, this could have been her funeral. Despite the instantaneous eruption of her physique, the power of this mysterious ice also crazily surged and resisted her high temperature. Shortly afterward, her sunfire and this freezing force contested each other. She couldn't melt this god-king level ice, but it couldn't hurt her either. As for Li Qia, he was also frozen and stood still as if he had been killed by the cold. There's danger indeed, what a frightening freezing power. The cultivators outside were shocked to see this. Even someone as strong Li Qia had been frozen, this made all the spectators sweat. Luckily, the white general stood guard there or they might have suffered the same fate as Li Qia just now. Some of the wavering cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and felt that they had misunderstood the white general. It looks like Jintian had good intentions after all. Only the real masters from the previous generation were staring at Su Yonghuang, who was on the verge of being frozen. They were able to see some clues. While she was resisting the cold, the underground area of this valley would change as talismans emerged. These talismans would only appear for a split second. No one would notice them if they weren't paying attention. The old masters immediately realized that this freezing force wasn't part of nature, it was ingrained in the valley. Someone else had done something, this valley was just a trap from the start. They quickly calculated that the power of this force must be at least a god king. Perhaps 2 or 3 god kings worked together to do this. Even though no one was personally presiding over it, it was still powerful enough, like Jintian had previously said. Because of this, they secretly glanced over at Jintian, who was standing by the entrance. They knew what was going on right away, but no one dared to say anything. Some felt a bit of pity. Li Qia might be strong, but his schemes weren't a match for Jintian at all. What a shame, he didn't listen to my good advice. Like I said, this valley is very dangerous. Jintian was shaking his head and seemed to be full of compassionate pity. Boom! While people were mourning for Li Qia, his prison of ice instantly shattered. Li Qia was way too fast, no one could see how he escaped. This ice might have been amazing, but it couldn't touch Li Qia at all since he activated both the soaring and hell-suppressing physiques at the same time. This astonished many people. Even the refined sunfire couldn't melt all of the ice right away, but Li Qia was able to shatter it in an instant. This was way too mighty. Jintian's expression dimmed after seeing this. They had spent a lot of effort inside this valley so that Li Qia would jump into the trap. Even if it couldn't kill Li Qia, he shouldn't have been able to dispel it so quickly. Such strength was beyond their expectations. Li Qia didn't help Yong Huang right away because she wasn't in any immediate danger and could withstand it for a bit longer. He stomped on the ground and propelled himself upward instead. With clanking sounds, thick ice chains made from powerful ice crystals shot out from all 4 directions. Each link of these ice chains had been empowered by runes. These dense linear runes had fused with the ice completely. Clank. These chains were extremely fast and immediately coiled, then tied Li Qia in the air. They were already quite hard by themselves even before the runic empowerment, so it wasn't easy to tear them apart. Buzz. The freezing force came again, intending to encapsulate him once more. However, Li Qia's body slightly quaked. This force couldn't turn him into a statue at all. Little pieces of ice crystals kept on falling down. Jintian, this trivial scheme is too sad. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. If your group was actually controlling this freezing array, then it might be worth something. However, the formation alone is not even an appetizer for me. The cultivators turned over to look at Jintian after hearing his. In fact, after seeing the runic ice chains, even the foolish people understood that this wasn't a natural occurrence but a force refined by experts. There was no need to think further about who the mastermind behind this was. Jintian was completely unperturbed. His face didn't turn red at all as he shook his head. Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid you are gauging the heart of a gentleman with a villainous mind. You should know that Reincarnation Valley itself is a grand momentum. This frozen valley ahead is a part of it, it has nothing to do with us. Some cultivators felt that this was an acceptable explanation. Perhaps this formation was already here before they arrived. Is that so? Then I am wrongfully accusing you. What a waste of our good intentions. The white general coldly uttered, my master is considerate of you being a great character, so he kindly warned you. Who would have thought that this kindness would be met with scorn? That doesn't matter. Li Qia leisurely replied, use all of your means now while I still have time to keep you company. Will you and your master come together, or will it be one by one? Either way is fine. Come, don't waste my time anymore. Fellow Daoist, you are accusing us for no reason. This is not a respectable act. Jintian's expression turned cold at last. I had nothing but good intentions. Okay, don't act like a cat crying for the mouse. Li Qia laughed. None of us are good people, so there's no need to put on this hypocritical act. It doesn't matter who is righteous or evil, the strong will win in the competition for the heavens will. Come, I am here just as you wished. We'll fight and see who the final winner will be. Li, you always think you are correct. The white general answered with a shout before Jintian could reply, I will see what you can do in my master's stead. Having said that, he stepped into the valley. Jintian kept on calmly watching the show, he didn't stop his general. Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators felt anxious. This was the prelude to the battle for the heaven's will. Chapter 1484, Clank. After entering the valley, the general thrust his spear straight at Wuxia. The weapon carried a bright glimmer just like a shooting star crossing through the sky. The attack was ferocious and contained a force that could penetrate all things. Experts and deities would tremble before this attack from an apex god king. Even though the spectators outside knew that this attack was aiming for Wuxia and not them, they still felt a chill by their throats as if it was trying to pierce through them. They wanted to gasp, but there was no air. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. The weaker cultivators fell down to the ground because this strike had enveloped this area. They couldn't withstand this pressure and saw a vision of death. Clank. Sparks went flying. This spear was indeed incredible, but Wuxia stopped it with a saber in his left hand. The benevolent saber emitted a brilliance that jumped around on its blade, making it seem alive. This immortal light made the edge as bright as snow. It looked just like a moon illuminating the entire area. There was a majestic figure within the immortal light. It stood there as if it was ushering in a new age. It could sever the past and reach the future. No darkness in this world could hide from this figure. Immortal Emperor Min Ren. A knowledgeable paragon from the previous generation murmured and recognized the background of Wuxia's saber. The smart experts gasped after seeing the true treasure seemingly coming back to life. Anyone could wield a true treasure, but unleashing its imperial power was a different story. The weaker ones would be completely depleted after attacking with the weapon once or twice. Only experts who were sufficiently strong could wield these true treasures. However, this saber in Wuxia's hand was full of life as its imperial aura engulfed the world in just a moment. Without a doubt, this saber under his control could easily unleash an invincible imperial attack. Keep in mind that even god kings might not be able to wake these weapons because their awakening also meant gaining their recognition to a certain extent. This awakened state meant that the weapon was at its strongest level. A peak condition true treasure unleashing an imperial attack was much different from an attack of a dormant true treasure. Rumble. The white general's blood energy soared to the sky without holding anything back. It surged like a flood that spread across the world. His spear became even stronger and emitted a torrential light. With his support, the spear tried to suppress Wuxia with an unstoppable force. There was no doubt that the white general deserved his fame. As an apex god king, he could use his own power to stop a true treasure. Boom! The saber erupted during the first exchange. Boundless immortal light shot to the sky. The imperial power within frantically exploded as if an emperor had awakened and arrived at the scene. Boom! The erupting saber didn't only blow the general and his spear away, it also destroyed all the ice chains on Wuxia's body. At the same time, the ice entrapping Yonghuang shattered, allowing her to escape. Die! The general rose up again after being blown away. His spear unleashed a torrential barrage with loud blasts. It looked as if comets were falling down from the sky. Each thrust could wreck a mountain. Clank! The hymn of a saber echoed across the realms. The benevolent saber in the sky made everything else seem dark in comparison. With one slash, the only thing that remained was its white-as-snow brilliance. There was nowhere in the world to hide from this attack. All darkness instantly vanished into smoke. This was the first slash of 3, pacifistic brilliance. This blade alone illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The world needed nothing more than just this slash. The saber itself had peerless strength, not to mention it was in its peak form. This attack seemed as if the emperor himself was performing the slash and could definitely decapitate a god king. Boom! The white general was blown away. Eat another one. Li Qiye soared to the sky and gave chase while unleashing another blade straight at the general. This particular slash had no variations in profundities, it only had the will of immortal Emperor Minren. Under his will, no existence in this world could resist. Merciful wisdom, the second slash from the benevolent saber. This slash contained the Emperor's will. Everything became extraordinary and supreme. This one slash had turned into a peerless grand Tao. At this moment, everything disappeared in this saber Tao, leaving only the Emperor's will behind. His will was unquestionable and could order the world. Because of this, many cultivators outside the valley couldn't stand straight and kneeled on the ground. The white general didn't back down. He crazily roared and revealed his God King's rings. They came out and formed their own world. Each halo carried an apex Tao. At this moment, he was standing at the pinnacle of the Tao and even broke through its limits. Dragon roars continuously resounded. In this split second, his spear looked just like a true dragon coiling in the sky. Its draconic aura surged with the formation of a domain. Draconic runes as large as mountains floated within this domain. At this moment, his spear had opened its draconic domain for protection against the Emperor's will. This was one of his strongest attacks. He wouldn't resort to it unless there was no other choice. A bit interesting, have another. Li Qiye laughed. Boom! His vitality erupted. The saber let out a long hymn and seemed to be transforming. It was no longer a simple weapon as it has gained its own life force. Clank! The world became clear after this slash came out. Everything became brilliant yet ethereal. Benevolent lucidity, the final slash. Under its power, all questions in the 9 worlds ceased to exist. No profundity in myriad realms was worth discussing. The mysteries and secrets of the Grand Tao were done for. Even ancient rumors were easily understood. All became obvious before the might of this slash. This was not just a slash but an answer to the Grand Tao of the world. Even the white general's defensive technique turned vulnerable. At this moment, it seemed as if the benevolent saber was grasped by the Emperor's left hand instead of Li Qiye's. Just imagine the power of this strike from an emperor himself. An apex god king was nothing before its might. Retreat. Even Jintian was shocked by this saber's power. He instantly entered the valley with incomparable speed. He grasped the universe and took control of the Grand Tao. With a loud bang, an extremely long path appeared between Li Qiye and the white general. It seemed to be crossing through the realms and time. The world was frozen. More ice chains came down to suppress Li Qiye again. Bang! Despite Jintian's effort, the Emperor's saber still cut through this long path and continued towards the general. He was blown away by the slash. His spear was cut in half and his body was merely skirted by the blade, yet it still left an extremely deep wound. His blood dyed his robe red. If Jintian was a split second late, the general would have been split in half just like his spear. Chapter 1485. The white general turned pale while looking at his broken spear. This was an extremely precious true treasure, yet it was still split in half by the benevolent saber. He was silent for a while. Without an immortal emperor true treasure, he shouldn't even think about fighting against Li Qiye even if he was an apex god king. Many took in deep breaths after seeing this. Some even turned white. In the past, not many had the pleasure of seeing Li Qiye in action, but now, they finally understood just how strong he was. 3 slashes was enough to take down an apex god king. The white general would have died if Jintian didn't help him. Even though Li Qiye had the advantage of using an imperial true treasure, one couldn't deny his own strength and qualification to compete against Jintian. The white general quietly retreated to the side. It was now his master's turn to fight. Buzz! More ice chains began to lock onto Li Qiye, wishing to freeze him. Look, the fox's tail has been exposed. Li Qiye laughed at Jintian. Despite both being in the valley, Li Qie was affected while the master and disciple duo were completely fine. Even the blind would know what was going on. With a dark expression, Jintian replied, "You and I have nothing else to say." "That's true." Li Qie cheerfully said, "Unfortunately, the prince's group won't show their faces, so this little formation is useless. We'll fight after I break it." Clank. The benevolent saber slashed down, causing the world to turn bright. It split the entire valley right down the middle to reveal the ice formation hidden beneath. Of course, this formation wasn't spared. Li Qie smilingly declared, "Now there's nothing left to hold us back. It's time for us to have a simple fight. Your bones shall pave the way for my ascension." Jintian calmly retorted, "Having too much confidence is called arrogance. I am arrogant indeed." Li Qie continued to grin, "Watch, I'll become even more arrogant by not using the benevolent saber to defeat you. Otherwise, once you lose, you'll be unconvinced and think that I need an immortal emperor true treasure to defeat you." Jintian's eyes narrowed after hearing this. Like he said earlier, this was too much complacency. However, he didn't know the reason why Li Qie was so confident. He was startled to see his opponent put the saber away. The crowd held their breaths after seeing the two facing each other. Everyone understood that this was the prelude to the war for the throne. After this battle ends, Heaven's spirit will have its candidate. Regardless of the result, the winner will become the representative of Heaven's spirit. At this moment, some people wished for Jintian's victory. After all, he was a charming spirit, it would be the race's honor for him to be its representative. At the same time, others wanted Li Qie to win. It would simply be a miracle. To be able to kill an era evader? Just how proud and ferocious would this feat be? The atmosphere turned tense right away for the people outside of the valley with their hearts hanging by a thread. Of course, there was no lack of excitement. Not even in their dreams did they think that one day, they would be able to watch a fight for the throne in person. "I haven't personally fought for a long time now." Jintian's eyes turned cold while revealing a blinding radiance. There were suns and moons floating inside his pupils. His entire being suddenly turned gigantic. "Forget it, I'll refrain from making a joke out of you before the battle by exposing your past. It would be a bit too despicable to make your Dao heart waver beforehand." Having heard that, Jintian's eyes emitted an endless bloodthirst. Even the world felt the chill from this murderous intent, let alone everyone else. Those who didn't attend the convention of myriad races didn't know what Li Qie was referring to. However, those who were privy glanced at each other. They wanted to know whether this was the truth or not. There had always been a popular belief in Heaven's spirit, that Jintian went into seclusion out of love for his brother, immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Because of this, the emperor still called him Big Brother after becoming emperor. All along, many experts in Heaven's spirit believed this story. Many charming spirits viewed Jintian as their pride. After all, the position of emperor was too tempting for anyone. Just how grand and respectable was it to give up this position for his brother? This was a wonderful sentiment. However, during the convention, Li Qie uncovered Jintian's old tales. He didn't evade the era because of brotherhood. He did so because his legion was named Heaven Suppression and the Black Dragon King scolded him for this. This was the reason why he didn't dare to compete for the Heaven's will. Some did believe this particular tale. After all, who would be willing to give up the throne? Alas, many charming spirit cultivators still thought that Li Qie was simply defaming him. Thus, the main question looming in everyone's mind was about the truth of the past. Did Jintian give up on the throne out of brotherly love, or was it out of fear towards the Black Dragon King? "Come, it's time to fight." Li Qie stepped towards the sky. Jintian didn't hesitate and soared up as well to confront Li Qie. Bang! Li Qie casually swung his arm and a gigantic battle stage descended from the sky. This battle stage was initially hovering in the air, but it was pulled down by Li Qie. It was ancient and modeled with divine runes all over it. These runes were quite powerful and seemed to have been refined by some wise sages of the olden days to form this battle stage. There were cracks and holes everywhere. When a stage of this magnitude received this type of damage, it meant that the fights that took place here were incredible. Come. Li Qiye slowly spoke to Jintian while standing on the stage. Jintian stepped inside, ready to fight. The cultivators nearby immediately flew up as well in order to watch this earth-shattering duel. Everyone knew that if a duel of this level was done outside of a battle stage, the world itself might shatter from the black holes and scars left behind by their attacks. Jintian stared at Li Qiye and uttered, "If you lose, you must quit immediately." Quite confident. Li Qiye leisurely glanced at him and replied, "Will it be you alone, or will the prince and the others join in?" This prompted many cultivators to glance at each other. Some even opened their heavenly gazes to sweep over the area. However, no one found the prince's group. "Li Qiye, you are too presumptuous." Jintian uttered, "Are you so certain of victory already?" Li Qiye smiled and replied, "I don't want to make you feel bad so early, but my victory is assured. Since you want to fight, we can raise the stakes. I'm not a nice person anyway, so let's make this a fight to the death. If you lose, you will leave behind your life. I wouldn't mind watching you cut off your own head either." Jintian glared at him. He wasn't a nice person either, so he retorted, "Very well. If you lose, you will have to cut off your head as well. I also want to see it." "Very well." Li Qiye agreed right away, "However, you won't have the chance since your death has been guaranteed after opposing me." "Humph." Jintian scowled. Even though he didn't become angry, his demeanor already showed his annoyance. Boom. He released his vitality. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the world as if he wanted to flood it. With this invasion of power, everything else seemed incredibly insignificant. His blood energy was an endless sea. The world itself was only a tiny boat that could capsize when a storm comes. All the other experts here also felt trivial. It was as if Jintian's rage could annihilate everyone while his wrath could slaughter billions. Chapter 1486. Li Qiye smiled while looking at Jintian's blood energy ravaging the world. With a loud blast, his energy was released as well. It turned into a true dragon and coiled in the air while roaring non-stop. Even though Li Qiye's energy was not ravaging the sky like Jintian's or drowning myriad realms. When it turned into the shape of a true dragon, it seemed as if a single claw could shatter all things. The crowd felt breathless after the two showed off their majestic and endless blood energies. All other experts paled in comparison. That's an era evader for you, few can rival this powerful energy. Even though there are ancient existences stronger than him, in terms of blood energy and life force, maybe no one can be his match in heaven's spirit. An old paragon was naturally shocked to see this scene. Another big shot stated after seeing the draconic energy, Li Qiye isn't weak either. He's not an era evader, but his blood energy is boundless as well. Each strand of energy is like a mountain and has experienced wondrous tempering. The two of them suppressed this world as if this region could be easily crushed under their might. One could even hear the ground creaking as if it was on the verge of shattering. Li Qiye smiled freely and said, "Go. I want to see just how far the Dao brother of immortal Emperor Ta Kong has gone." Jintian casually pointed forward. A phoenix screech echoed in the air alongside a golden light. A golden phoenix descended with a pair of world-severing claws. After seeing this, a knowledgeable big shot murmured, "The Void Imperfection School's Phoenix Pursuit Finger." Li Qiye leisurely walked forward like a carp jumping out of the water. No one saw how he did it, but he was instantly behind the golden phoenix. Boom! A random blow from him penetrated the phoenix's weak spot. With a scream, it quickly fell down. Before it could hit the ground, Jintian's seal pressed down with the momentum of the world. The sun and moon came with a torrential flood. One could even see all types of fish among this water channel. Such a seal made him look like a sea god that could command the sea demons. Regal Valley's sun and moon myriad fish seal. The knowledgeable big shot commented again with astonishment. Li Qie strolled through this divine seal and somehow avoided the sun and moon as well as the fish. While inside the seal itself, he reached out with his powerful finger and the seal crumbled. In this split second, the yin and yang rose in Jintian's hands. His fingers seemed to be taking root in the earth as he instantly sealed the space around him to form a Treefather's divine mark. This mark erupted and brought the world down with it. The ancestral Terra's world grasp mark. Of course, the big shot revealed his vast knowledge once more. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Jintian and Li Qie exchanged several dozen moves. Each attack was extremely powerful and capable of branding the world. Extreme Yang schools divine him. Each time Jintian performed a different technique, the big shot was able to name it. Swift Dao Sacred Grounds 8 Pavilions Sacred Fist. Roaring Conqu's Golden Age Bringer. This ferocious battle demonstrated the two's wondrous energies. Their techniques revealed the mysteries of the Grand Dao and could directly touch the Dao's fundamental essences. Jintian's attacks were extremely broad since he could easily perform any technique from myriad races. These techniques were profound and mighty. Even the ancestors from the respective sects of these techniques wouldn't be able to do better. He had not repeated a move just yet, as if he still had thousands more to unleash. Such knowledge and proficiency left everyone in awe. Was there no technique in this world that he didn't know? In a short period of time, Jintian had unleashed a barrage of these techniques. Even the simplest Dao art became complex with many variations. Contrary to Jintian's style, Li Qie retaliated in a very simple manner with punches, kicks, and finger strikes. Moreover, these weren't techniques at all, they were simple attacks that aimed at the vital points. There was no superfluous use of force or any wasted movements. During the fight, Jintian was accompanied by the Celestials and protected by the ocean. Sometimes, he would turn into a guardian deity. Meanwhile, Li Qie casually attacked with a more primal touch, just like leaping dragons, striking phoenixes, or soaring eagles. The contrast between the two was quite great. Jintian's techniques resembled a majestic citadel with many golden pavilions and palaces. Even the tiles were extravagant and astonishing. Meanwhile, Li Qie's simple strikes seemed to be a simple hut. It was unadorned and straight to the point, yet it was enough to shield people from the wind and rain. The spectators were dazed and astounded by the fight. A commenter murmured, "No wonder Jintian can call an emperor brother. He has so many supreme techniques under his belt. Is there a merit law in this world that he doesn't understand? No, Li Qie is the real expert here." Someone could see through the profundities at work. Jintian is indeed amazing with all of his techniques under the heavens. However, Li Qie has grasped the mysteries of the Grand Dao straight to its essences. Regardless of Jintian's techniques, Li Qie simply dispels it with ordinary strikes. This is true proficiency in the Dao. After a long time, someone suddenly thought of something. Jintian is so heaven-defying with all of these arts. Could it be that he has seen all the laws in this world? No, he didn't see all of the manuals. An old charming spirit god monarch explained, this is due to the dream Empyrean's divine reflection. Please elaborate. A junior humbly consulted him after hearing this. The old monarch went on, in heaven's spirit, many people say that the disciples from the dream Empyrean have the best divine reflections among the charming spirit. Needless to say about Jintian, he was born as a supreme genius. Rumor has it that when he was younger, his divine reflection was already incredible. Whenever he met someone using a merit law, his divine reflection could derive the mysteries of its laws, allowing him to learn it just by watching. He ended with an envious sigh. Who wouldn't want such a divine reflection? Having it was akin to having all the arts in this world. So he can steal people's techniques just by watching? Many were shocked to hear this. For many great powers, their merit laws and techniques were top secrets. If people could secretly learn their arts, it would be a detrimental blow. There's a difference. The old monarch shook his head a bit. Each of these arts has their own core secrets. These fundamentals are impossible to steal. Jintian's laws are only around 70% of the true laws. There is still a certain gap between his and the real deal. However, because of his power and great cultivation, it is enough for his attacks to be mighty. Perhaps they are even better than the techniques performed by the sect's ancestors. People felt relieved after hearing this. If Jintian could actually steal everything, the rest of the world would no longer have any secrets. Boom! More blows were exchanged with neither side gaining the upper hand. Jintian stared at Li Qiye while batting his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Warm-up is over. Li Qiye lightly said, "It's time for you to use your real techniques. Copying others in a superficial manner can't reach the apex." The crowd gasped again, for they understood that this was only the beginning of the incoming tempest. Chapter 1487. In this instance, everyone looked at Jintian to see if he would use his own arts. After all, the cultivators here knew that practicing 100 merit laws wasn't a match for focusing on just one. Jintian indeed used all the top arts in this world, but he still hasn't exerted his real fighting potential. Jintian calmly said, "Let me see your top techniques too then." The past exchanges didn't include their personal best since they were only warming up. Jintian was trying to find Li Qiye's openings while Li Qiye simply retaliated. "Very well, it's time to broaden your horizons." Li Qiye smiled and slowly raised his right hand forward. Boom! He suddenly made a fist that held golden glimmers. At this moment, his right hand seemed to be made from gold. Boom! A second explosion occurred. This golden fist poured out an endless power as if it wielded the power of the world concentrated in a particular domain. Boom! It quaked for the third time. In the blink of an eye, an immortal radiance poured out. It seemed as if his fist was soaring in the sky towards ascendancy. A witness of their previous fight in the Bone Sea murmured, "Li Qiye is using his killer move. I wonder what this technique is." His last punch penetrated Jintian's avatar. After hearing this, everyone felt excited. They didn't want to miss a single technique. Indestructible Diamond, Sacred Spring, and Soaring Immortal Fists. These three fists united in a split second and granted Li Qiye a world-destroying punch. Jintian turned serious after seeing this. He knew just how powerful these fist techniques were after experiencing them last time. Activate. Jintian smiled and stepped even higher into the sky before he began to make a seal with both hands. After batting his eyes, a divine seal was formed within his 10 fingers. This seal looked down on the world with disdain. All existences seemed incredibly insignificant and not worth mentioning. This blow could annihilate everything before him. All the people nearby felt suffocated by this attack. He seemed to be gripping everyone by the throat and suppressing the Grand Tao. There was no chance of resisting. Such power stunned the crowd. Without a doubt, he has created a heaven-defying merit law. If he could become an emperor, this art of his would shine for a generation. This was the Heaven Suppression Seal, a supreme art that Jintian took nearly 1,000 years to hone with painstaking effort. This seal took the good and removed the bad from all other techniques. Boom! It came crashing down. All of his energy was focused on this particular seal, causing the 9 firmaments to lose their light. Even the sun in the sky lost its colors while the stars rustled from its impact. Completely matchless. Even god monarchs turned pale after sensing its power. How could anyone stop this seal? Well done. Li Qiye smiled and unleashed his triple fists. Jintian's seal might be peerless, but Li Qiye's fusion fist wasn't weak either. It instantly crossed through space and slammed into the seal. Bang! A tempest swept through the sky because of this impact. It continued to spread and would have annihilated everyone nearby if they weren't standing on an old battle stage. Boom! Some remnant shockwaves still rushed to outside the stage. Dozens of peaks nearby immediately collapsed as if they were heaps of powder and turned into ashes. Get back now. This scene made the knees of the spectators go limp. They leaped towards the horizon in order to maintain the farthest and safest distance. Such a terrifying storm would turn even paragons to ashes if struck. Boom! At this particular juncture, Jintian's heaven suppression seal spewed out an overwhelming light. His blood energy soared even more as he stepped inside a peerless Grand Tao and spewed out like a primordial flood into the seal. This made the seal even more powerful as it now had a god-slaying might. Bang! With the sudden eruption of power, Li Qie was slightly suppressed. Bang! 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 The sacred spring portion of the attack was enraged and frantically gathered more energy in order to stop the seal. Suppress! Jintian shouted in the face of this retaliation and added even more energy. He channeled his boundless force into the seal in order to destroy Li Qie at all costs. Rumble! This triple fusion couldn't withstand the seal any longer, so Li Qie had to raise his right hand one more time in this split second. Boom! 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 His fist shook 3 times. The Sky Destroyer, Furious Immortal, and Hell-suppressing fists instantly burst open, turning the attack into a fusion of 6 fists. The power of his right punch wildly soared. The Sky Destroyer fist granted him an endless strength capable of destroying everything in this world. The Hell-suppressing fist made this punch have an immeasurable weight capable of suppressing gods and devils. Lastly, the Furious Immortal fist exploded crazily and made the other 5 fists several times stronger. In a brief moment, Li Qie's fist was dozens or even 100 times stronger than before. Rumble! His fist had turned invincible under this new empowerment. Even a god would be rendered into a bloody mist. The seal couldn't suppress Li Qie any longer. He slowly rose against the pressure. The collision between the fusion of 6 fists and the heaven suppression seal ravaged the entire stage, causing it to shake and be on the verge of falling apart. Activate! Jintian howled again after Li Qie started gaining ground. In an instant, his fate palaces rushed to the sky. A supreme Grand Tao emerged. He gathered the power of the heaven and earth to control all the Tao in the universe. Boom! His seal immediately became incomparably resplendent. Incredible laws appeared inside as if they were created by an ancient creator god. Each law carried an untouchable divinity and power capable of pressing down on all things. Nothing was more sacred and powerful than them. He had derived his own seal to its limit. The limit of this seal was the limit of the Grand Tao, allowing him to easily take down a god king. Boom! The stage trembled even more violently. The 6 fists couldn't withstand the unstoppable seal in its ultimate form. With a loud blast, Li Qie's body was pushed down from the sky and slammed into the stage. This created a pit with half of his body buried underneath. The spectators shuddered after seeing this. The seal was too powerful. If it was them, they would have been crushed to smithereens already. Too overbearing. Just this law alone is enough for Jintian to be proud for an era. This art is enough for him to look down on the talents of this world. Even powerful existences from the previous generation had to admit this. The world soon became quiet. Everyone held their breaths, some couldn't breathe at all while watching Li Qie's inability to resist the seal. Some could even hear his bones creaking beneath its pressure as if his frame couldn't bear this any longer. If this went on, his body would shatter and turn into a bloody mist. Bang! 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 A moment later, his fist shook for more times with the extreme Yang, Heaven Devourer, Void, and Solar fists. His punch now became a fusion of 10 fists. His right hand's light illuminated the world. No one could keep their eyes open due to this brightness. His right hand already had 6 before this, so now with the eruption of 4 more, the power of refined sun fire, a heaven-devouring strength, the power of space, and the might of light gathered together. At this time, there seemed to be countless suns exploding on his fists along with numerous black holes as well as gods of light in their fury. All of this on top of the empowerment of the furious immortal and sacred spring fists increased the power of this punch by 10,000-fold. Chapter 1488, Boom. After a loud bang, the world lost its voice. The spectators couldn't hear the slightest sound as they were momentarily deaf. This punch destroyed the whole era after fusing 10 different fists. It exerted the maximum limit of power or even the limit above that. Everything turned into ashes before its might. The laws of the Grand Tao, the power of the world, time and space, and all else were beaten back to the origin. The heaven suppression seal instantly collapsed. Even though this was Jintian's proudest masterpiece and contained all of his energy, it still couldn't withstand this combination punch. Even a true seal that could suppress the heavens would be shattered by this blow. This punch didn't bother deterring or suppressing anything. It was the purest force of destruction that blew everything back to nothingness. One could hear cracking noises emanating from the entire stage. The lines intertwined with each other, making it seem that this whole place could crumble at any moment. It became a vast expanse like the birth of the primordial chaos because the punch had returned everything back to the primal beginning. Objects and laws as well as the fabric of reality were reverted. This was why the stage eventually turned into a vast nothingness. Boom! After the seal was destroyed, Jintian was sent downward by this punch and slammed into the battle stage, creating a huge pit. Just a bit more and he would have flown through it completely. When all the cultivators could hear again, there was still no sound outside of their own breathing. They didn't dare to breathe either because it seemed as if a huge palm was gripping their necks. They were speechless and couldn't even gasp or shout. There were no words to describe their feelings. Even the white general who had the utmost confidence in his master was astounded and took several steps back. In his eyes, no one in this world could oppose his master outside of emperor assailants. Alas, at this very second, his master was smashed into the stage, shattering both the floor and his confidence. The unbeatable image of his master was shattered. This should have been impossible, but he was witnessing everything with his own eyes. This was more shocking than anything else in the world. Jintian's supporters, in particular, felt despair. Some twitched while others bent over to puke. Boom! Debris went flying. Jintian jumped out of the pit. He looked quite embarrassed at this moment with bloodstains everywhere. This might be the worst state he has ever been in after becoming famous. Well done, very powerful. He stepped into the sky again with bright glimmers in his eyes. Despite being bloodied, his spirit and energy were still high while his aura was still as suppressive as before. His supporters finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this and said, "That's Jintian for you." As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. This was true for characters at his level. In fact, losing wasn't a humiliating thing at all since the competition for the heavens had always been cruel. Countless geniuses have lost in the past, even the emperors when they were younger. Li Qie is worthy of his title, fierce. Only he can compete and defeat Jintian among the younger generation in heaven spirit. A few experts felt pride while watching Li Qie. In the past, a human like him was an object of scorn. Many people looked down on him as a human couldn't possibly compete against Jintian. But now, his abilities have proven his invincibility. He trod forward in an unstoppable manner. Those who hated and treated him with contempt in the past couldn't help but admire and even worship him. This was the cultivation world. Respect and admiration had to be won with the fist. As long as one was strong enough, they could change all past sentiments. Jintian slowly spoke while gazing at Li Qie. "It seems like I have still been underestimating you." His eyes were extremely profound and bright. No one knew what he was thinking. That's been the case the entire time. Go ahead and use your entire arsenal or there won't be a chance. Li Qie showed a carefree smile. Such casual and domineering words stirred all the listeners. No one would question Li Qie at this moment, nor would they call him arrogant for he has earned the qualifications to speak in this manner. Just how tyrannical was it to claim that Jintian had no chance? How many in this world would be able to utter such words? But now, people took it in stride as if it was a natural and fitting occurrence. Boom! Li Qie slowly raised his right hand once more. At this moment, it was still shaking with the 10 fists. People felt their hearts tighten with anxiety as a cold sweat ran down their spines while looking at his right hand. This combination made their legs grow weak. They were no longer able to stand straight. They could imagine that if this punch struck their bodies, they would be turned into mincemeat instantly. No, not even pieces of their flesh would be left. The residual mist would be blown away by the wind. In fact, Jintian was slightly alarmed as well. Even an informed master like him with an arsenal of all arts in this world didn't know what kind of punch this was. There were still merit laws that he hadn't seen before. For him, this punch wasn't part of any of the laws in his knowledge. This meant that Li Qia was the creator of this supreme punch. Just thinking about how Li Qia's punch destroyed his masterpiece, the Heaven Suppression Seal, suffocated him. It implied that Li Qia had a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the Grand Tao than him. His current state of mind was completely understandable. Even if Li Qia's cultivation was weaker than his, Li Qia had traveled further on the path of the Tao and surpassed him. Jintian's eyes turned icy cold. If Li Qia remains alive, he would lose to him and have no chance of reaching for the heaven's will. Jintian cried out, "Fine, let me see your supreme fist again." Buzz! In the next moment, his divine reflection appeared. It looked like a full moon hanging above him. It was as white as jade with a very gentle light that could ease everything in this earth back to the source. The hearts of all spectators skipped a beat after seeing this moon. A perfect divine reflection. Even charming spirit god monarchs felt jealous of this wondrous creation. All eyes were fixated on it. Everyone knew that the Empyrean had the best reflections among all the charming spirits. Just how powerful was this perfection reflection from Jintian? Good, I also want to see how much you have learned from your progenitor, Shenmengtian. Li Qia couldn't help but smile while looking at the reflection. Chapter 1489, Bang. In this split second, Jintian's clear as jade divine reflection emitted a blinding light full of golden strings and powder. The entire world was bathed in this golden light. Many spectators were stunned to see the golden light oozing from the reflection. No one had seen this type of reflection before, it was simply too bizarre. Whoosh! At this moment, it seemed to be opening a new world. One could see its shape within the mirror-like power. Within this world lied a chaotic expanse as well as an endless power that came from the origin. It had the ability to open the sky and split the earth, a world-creating power. Perhaps this was the form of the 9 worlds with the gathering of all kinds of forces before it was created. Boom! A figure stepped out from this primordial chaos. Each step seemed to be guiding the world towards completion as if it was shouldering myriad realms. Eventually, the chaos was opened and a complete figure came out. A golden man was standing there as if it was the oldest creature in existence. Its figure of endless height towered into the sky. People couldn't even see its face when they looked up due to its monstrous size. This figure looked like the ruler of all ages. A simple gesture from it could create a world. Another would make the 9 worlds tremble and quake. All the experts here felt the urge to prostrate. In fact, many of them were already on the ground, especially the charming spirits. The urge to worship was even stronger inside them as if this golden creation possessed their race's power. It made their eyes brim with tears of excitement. A charming spirit lying on the ground even murmured, "Is that our progenitor?" No one could give an answer since they hadn't seen the charming spirit progenitor before. However, this golden man ahead did give them the feeling of an ancient power from their race. Even if this figure wasn't their progenitor, it certainly had their progenitor's power. What is that? Even older charming spirits didn't know what this existence was. A legend. An old god monarch from their race paled and murmured, "A legend from the dream Empyrean." Shenmengtian might have come from the spirit abyss, but he was also blessed by the origin power of our race. This allowed him to have our progenitor's power. Because of this, he was able to leave the abyss and create his own sect. Who would have thought that after him, Meng Jintian would also inherit this power? This is too unbelievable. The old man felt envious after saying this. Boom! The golden man's chest shot out even more rays that instantly soared towards Wuxia. They carried an unstoppable power capable of piercing through heaven's spirit itself. If there were deities in the 9 heavens, these rays would make short work of them. The experts were stunned to see this attack. It was very overbearing and mighty and seemed as if nothing could stop it. Bring it. Wuxia laughed in the face of this attack and unleashed a 10-fist combination. Under this punch, everything collapsed and returned to the source. Rumble. Loud explosions erupted. His punch and Jintian's golden rays finally slammed into each other. It was as if Wuxia was punching a gigantic meteorite in the form of these rays. Boom! His combination fist had difficulty stopping the brilliant rays. He couldn't stand still in the face of this offense and was forced back. Even though he had sealed this location, the space beneath his feet still shattered to pieces. This was a power capable of annihilating space itself. Others would find it difficult to withstand. This is way too strong. Only Wuxia's invincible fist can do this well against it. Someone spoke with admiration even though Wuxia was being pushed back continuously. Activate. Wuxia laughed maniacally. Boom! Boom! In this split second, his right hand trembled twice. In the blink of an eye, time emerged with a sacred glimmer. At this moment, the final 2 fists, the eternal and void imperfection fists, came out. The power of time and holiness instantly enveloped his right fist. Boom! The combination of all 12 gave birth to a sacred flame around his fist. It seemed to no longer be part of this world and made him look like a high immortal. Rumble. The tide was instantly reversed with this 12-fist combination. It seemed to be cutting through or even reversing time itself. It didn't only wield every type of force in this world, everything else was passing away with time itself. The sacred flame disintegrated the golden light. Earlier, the attacking golden light seemed to be an unstoppable weapon. However, this tool of war dispersed like golden powder as it couldn't withstand a single blow from Wuxia's fist. After the initial blast, Wuxia somehow recreated Jintian's golden brilliance then shot it back at him. If Jintian couldn't stop this, he would be turned into ashes. Many people gasped after seeing the attack get reflected back at Jintian. He himself was aghast and crazily roared, "Suppress!" With his shout, his fate palaces flew out one by one. Someone started counting and exclaimed, 10 fate palaces. It wasn't shocking for Jintian to have 10. For many people, this was a matter of course. After all, he was a brilliant era evader, so he should have this many palaces. However, having 10 palaces was indeed enviable. It was a representative symbol for one's talents, a badge of proof and a kind of glory. 10 embodies extreme perfection. The old charming spirit god monarch spoke with astonishment, such a proud thing to have. If I had 10, no, even 9 palaces, I could have become a god king instead of stopping at the god monarch realm. The majority agreed with his sentiment. This was a proud achievement indeed. It made sense that someone like Jintian was able to become the most amazing genius in heaven's spirit. The 10 palaces instantly formed a kingdom with a majestic primordial power as if it was its own world. Whoosh! A large divine reflection appeared within. It was of an unimaginable size and blotted out the sky in the kingdom. Whoa! Everyone was dazzled by this large mirror. This might be the first time anyone has ever seen such a huge divine reflection. Boom! The great reflection in the kingdom fused with Jintian's own reflection. Rumble. After this fusion, a huge reflection appeared above him. It was even larger than the sky itself and completely golden in color, just like an immeasurable moon. The golden man inside the mirror grew several dozen times bigger than before. He must be millions and millions of meters tall, the largest of all in this world. Chapter 1490. Even the god monarchs nearby felt insignificant before this huge golden figure. They felt as if they were mere ants. No, they weren't even ants, they were only grains of dust floating in this world. Boom! The golden rays that were shot out this time had materialized and used the ultimate speed to attack Li Qie. This power was impossible to describe. Nothing and no one could stop its annihilative might. Rumble. Even Li Qie's 12-fist combination, that could pierce through time itself, couldn't shatter it. It was too ferocious and contained too much power. Boom! It made contact with Li Qie and pushed him all the way up to the sky vault. He slammed into it as if it was a wall, causing the world to shake. Even as he was being suppressed by this power, his fist still couldn't break it down. Rumble. He continued to throw a barrage of punches at it with his right hand, but this retaliation was unsuccessful. He remained stuck to the sky. The golden light this time acted as a gigantic palm holding the opponent in place. The spectators took a deep breath at this time due to this physical manifestation of the hand. It looked as if it belonged to an immortal emperor with the ability to suppress the 9 heavens and the Grand Tao. All resistance was futile in the face of this hand. Even the strongest character couldn't stop a single blow. The crowd felt a cold chill spread down their spines. Some couldn't help but touch their own necks after feeling a strangling sensation. They could even hear crackles as if this gigantic hand was crushing their throats. It wasn't only an immense pressure but also a soul-destroying sensation. With cold eyes full of murderous intent, Jintian uttered, "You shouldn't have opposed me." He stood there proudly like a ruler. Everyone shuddered with fear after seeing his appearance. Someone murmured, "Is it over? Is Jintian about to win?" A charming spirit expert said, "That's Jintian for you, only he will become emperor in the contemporary." Li Qie only smiled in response. Whoosh! His inner physiques lit up. In a split second, the soaring immortal, hell-suppressing, void imperfection, and sky-destroyer physiques activated. Speed, power, weight, and a power to disintegrate all things flared to their limits. They combined to form a monstrous domain. Inside this domain, there could only be one ruler. Boom! With the help of the 4 immortal physiques, his right fist suddenly broke through another limit. It shattered time, space, and the shackles and restraints of all powers. All bottlenecks were suddenly meaningless. Even the great emperors above the 9 worlds would quiver before this fist. It shattered everything. The materialized golden hand instantly crumbled. Everything seemed to be slowing down. Everyone could see a huge amount of golden debris swirling everywhere and falling from the sky like rain. Bang! They felt that this scene had suddenly frozen the world, the scene of Li Qie's right fist penetrating Meng Jintian's chest. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Jintian's chest was completely penetrated. He fell down with a loud thud onto the stage like a falling meteor. His blood dyed the stage crimson. There was a huge pit on the old floor with cracks emanating from it. If this went on, the stage would actually break down completely. In this split second, time was stopped and the crowd was speechless as they gazed at this scene. Their mouths were opened so wide that one could fit an egg inside them. Now, it was Li Qie's turn to be an untouchable god-fiend instilling dread into everyone. The spectators were breathless and trembled helplessly. The cultivators here didn't know how to describe their emotions and the scene unraveling before them. The charming spirits that thought Jintian would win earlier were now pale with their legs shaking. Some couldn't help but drop down on their butts. Earlier, they were praising Jintian and thought that he had successfully suppressed Li Qie. Who would have thought that Li Qie would reverse the tide so easily and pierce Jintian's chest? The white general paled as well. He didn't expect his master to lose like this. Being beaten by a junior was something unbelievable. Everyone was silent for a long time. This was Meng Jintian, the junior brother of an immortal emperor. Many experts couldn't handle this reality. Li Qie stood in the sky and insipidly stated, "It's my turn to say, you shouldn't have opposed me." Crash. Gravel went flying as Jintian got out from the pit. He was covered in blood with a terrifying hole in his chest. This might be his worst defeat since the start of his journey and the first time having his chest completely penetrated. He's still okay. Some experts heaved sighs of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance of beating Wuxia. At this moment, the crowd watched the two and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could see that Wuxia had the absolute advantage, but they still wondered if Jintian could do something to change the situation. Buzz, the wound on his chest began to heal. In a brief moment, his chest was restored to before it was penetrated. At his level, recreating a body was a simple task. Nevertheless, Jintian was still uncomfortable and had a pale expression. The invincible attack from Wuxia didn't only create an external wound. He had to pay a great price in order to heal his chest. He glared at Wuxia as his eyes darted about. Suddenly, he felt as if he was weak and lacking confidence. As a genius, everything was within his grasp. He was able to easily deal with any danger, but at this second, he became irresolute. This was the second time he had this kind of feeling in his life. The first was a very long time ago when he faced the Black Dragon King. After being scolded by the king, he didn't dare to come out. However, he didn't feel as if that was an embarrassing matter. After all, the king reigned for 3 generations. Even emperors had to be respectful towards him, let alone others. Even his brother, immortal Emperor Takong, had his heavens will torn apart by the king. Thus, even though this was a taboo matter to him, he himself didn't view being afraid of the king as a disgrace. However, Wuxia was affecting his Tao heart as well as his confidence. One might even call this feeling fear. This was disgraceful for someone like him who aspired to be emperor. Chapter 1491. At this time, Jintian was slightly shaken. As a supreme genius, he had a deeper understanding than anyone else. Thus, this feeling of fear alone was a disgrace. For ages, failure didn't mean the end for emperors and geniuses. Even the brilliant immortal Emperor Fei, immortal Emperor Hao Hai, and immortal Emperor Fei Yang have lost before. In fact, the tyrannical Empress Hong Tian had lost as well. The only one in history who had never tasted defeat was most likely immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. Thus, even if these great existences lose, it wasn't embarrassing or worth stressing over. On the other hand, a Tao heart being stirred with fear was incredibly frightening. For any genius who wanted the heavens will, this fear would become their worst nightmare, so much so that it would reach a fatal level. This was an inerasable shame. He began to question whether he was Wuxia's match or not. This thought alone made him apprehensive. It took a long time before he could walk out from the shadow of the Black Dragon King. However, meeting someone like Wuxia in this generation once again shook his heart. He found this too difficult to accept. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Very well, take one more move from me. I'll see just how strong you are." At this moment, his confidence was wavering. He had rich experience with the previous competition, so he understood that there was only one way to subdue the fear looming in his heart. A rematch, a victory against Wuxia in order to bolster his Tao heart. Otherwise, this wavering emotion would be the hardest tribulation in his life. If he couldn't cross this hurdle, there would be no chance of becoming emperor. "Okay, this is your last chance." Wuxia smiled, "I want to see how you will overcome your own Tao heart." This answer took Jintian's breath away. He didn't expect Wuxia to see through him. As a result, his heart shuddered even more than before. This insight was indicative of his opponent's profound outlook on the Grand Tao. Many young geniuses or even older experts would stop at a very shallow level of Tao wisdom. For them, cultivating supreme merit laws and being strong meant that they could control the universe and become emperor. However, a truly experienced talent like Jintian understood that these two factors weren't the most important. An unwavering Tao heart was absolutely crucial to be acknowledged by the heavens' will. The weak could become strong through cultivation. Insufficient talents could be made up in other ways. If one was lacking merit laws, they could still meditate and ponder by themselves. However, without a steadfast Tao heart, one would have nothing. All of the other points would be meaningless at the first moment of defeat. That person would start to avoid difficulties in order to evade failure. Degradation would take over and render them weak and useless. Li Qia's ability to recognize the importance of the Tao heart meant that he was on this level as well. We'll decide it all with this last move. Jintian mentally composed himself without allowing his Tao heart to waver. Otherwise, he would lose to himself before the fight even begins. He put everything on the line with this final move. Only success was allowed, or else he will never be able to rise again. Thus, he gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. Buzz! The weapon in his hand had yet to channel its power, but its imperial aura already engulfed the entire battlefield along with the world. He was shrouded in this radiance and seemed incredibly holy. An immortal emperor life treasure. Someone murmured after seeing the weapon. No one knew where it came from. It was common knowledge that the Dream Empyrean has never produced an immortal emperor before. However, it wasn't strange for him to have a life treasure. After all, given his status, there were imperial sects in heaven's spirit willing to lend him one. A cultivator stated, "That's not a borrowed weapon." One could see that this weapon had awakened with an imperial aura. It showed that it was eager to unleash an ultimate blow the moment Jintian attacks. Any cultivator with a sliver of common sense would know that both imperial life and true treasures couldn't be awakened so easily. And yet, this life treasure has done so. This meant that the weapon wasn't casually borrowed. The rumor is true. The old charming spirit god monarch showed off his knowledge again. After immortal emperor Ta Kong became emperor, he personally refined a life treasure for Meng Jintian because of their past friendship. The weapon in Jintian's hand is able to unleash an invincible strike from the emperor. People weren't surprised at all after hearing this. After all, the world knew about their friendship. Nevertheless, it was still enviable to have an emperor personally refine a weapon for him. Just how deep were their ties? Boom! An unparalleled Tao opened beneath his feet and entrenched itself for millions of miles all over the world. A starry light gathered with the supreme Tao along with all the power in the world. In a split second, everyone could feel the nearby forces gathering towards Meng Jintian. The power of the celestials and the energy veins underground as well as the Grand Tao's power. All of this condensed into his Tao. Many could even feel that the Grand Tao itself was helplessly being forced onto his own. It was as if Jintian was grasping the universe and the heavenly Tao. Everything was up to his whim. The universal laws lamented and paled before his own. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sky began to shake. A light suddenly appeared above his head as if the heavens was gathering right there. Everything became resplendent. What is that? One could sense their own Tao screaming and gasped in astonishment. That's a perfect Grand Tao. Meng Jintian only needs the heavens will to appear right now. The old monarch answered, once it appears, he is strong enough to be recognized by it, and then comes the competition. The winner will shoulder the heavens will. People inhaled after hearing this. It wasn't so easy to become an immortal emperor. One must create their own supreme Grand Tao. Moreover, only when this Tao is completed would the heavens will recognize them, and only then would they be qualified as candidates. Bang! Roars emanated as Jintian channeled his power. The Grand Tao suddenly turned into 4 unstoppable deities. A huge foot appeared. Next, a qilin came out. Flames were dancing on its body. Screech! Soon after, a vermilion bird rose with its wings spread open and poured down a flame that incinerated the earth. Roar! A white tiger stood there with its snow-white fangs that could pierce the sun. Aoo! A true dragon emerged as if it was protecting Jintian. No one could get through it. Jintian's supreme Tao was already causing the worldly Tao to scream. However, the moment these 4 divine beasts appeared, everyone trembled from their power. For Saint Dream Tao. So it is true, his supreme Grand Tao borrows the power of the divine beasts. The old monarch took a deep breath. Buzz. His life treasure rushed to the sky. The immortal light within also had the same 4 divine beasts within. Boom. The 4 beasts from the weapon fused with Xintian's beasts. In a split second, the imperial aura crazily soared as if it was being wielded by a real emperor. Chapter 1492, Boom. The divine beasts came with a murderous frenzy. Their attacks destroyed the yin and yang as well as the karmic cycle and caused the 9 heavens to tremble. Countless slumbering existences opened their eyes while one of them exclaimed, "A real imperial massacre." An imperial massacre. A god monarch present started quivering and felt the urge to prostrate. This attack seemed to have come from an emperor. Even the strongest here would be scared stiff. This was more than an ordinary imperial massacre. It was fused with Xintian's ultimate Grand Dao attack. Because of this, its power far exceeded that of an ordinary imperial massacre and could be compared to a massacre that exceeds the limit. Immortal Emperor true treasures had their own spirits. Because of this, after these spirits wake up, they would be able to unleash the ultimate attack named Soul Annihilation, an attack 1 level above regular heavenly annihilations. A life treasure had a long way to go compared to a true treasure. Nevertheless, they still had a limit-breaking attack above regular imperial massacres as well, Soul Massacre. At this second, it looked as if an emperor has unleashed this attack capable of slaughtering gods and devils. All existences would turn to ashes, all Grand Dao would break instantly, all laws ruptured. Countless people kneeled on the ground since they were suppressed by this ultimate attack and couldn't move at all. Even a god king would be killed if swept by this attack regardless of how strong they were unless they had an immortal emperor true treasure. Nevertheless, Wuxia simply smiled in the face of this soul massacre. Whoosh! One palace flew out after another. A moment later, they lined up high above his head. 12 fate palaces. The old monarch was stunned before turning pale and cried out, "No, there are 13 palaces, yes, 13. How can this be?" He couldn't believe his eyes and had to count again. There were indeed 13 palaces. No way. Everyone screamed after seeing this. Even the most knowledgeable couldn't believe what they were seeing. What, even Xintian, who had just unleashed a soul massacre, shouted in disbelief. The 13 palaces swiftly disappeared and left behind a primordial expanse. All things have yet to be born. At this moment, it was the primal beginning of the heaven and earth. Footsteps sounded in this chaos. A stately figure walked out and stood in this expanse as the master of all. He suppressed everything with his presence. The Supreme Grand Dao, the Imperial Grand Dao, and even the High Heavens Dao were suppressed. Everything seemed to have been trampled by him and were no longer worth mentioning. This figure was Wuxia. At this moment, he was an immortal emperor. No, he was above one. No one could tell whether this was his true body or just an image. Once it appeared, everyone was filled with reverence and didn't dare to look straight into his eyes. He loomed there above the high heavens. Perhaps he was the high heavens itself. Any existence would seem trivial before him. Even Xintian's supreme Dao dimmed right away. He could feel his Dao being pressured by Wuxia. Heaven Suppression Fist. With his Nirvana heavens, Wuxia's fist came down and eradicated all things. A magnificent scene unraveled before the crowd. In this instant, he shattered all limits. The limit of the Grand Dao, time, space, and all else. If the high heavens existed in this world, it would face immediate obliteration after receiving this fist. This was the epitome of all fist techniques. Even the old monarch couldn't stand straight. His knees gave way as he dropped to the ground. He didn't want to kneel, but it was not up to him at this moment for he lacked the strength to even resist. This was an absolute suppression. In his Nirvana heavens form, Wuxia's heaven suppression fist was absolutely overwhelming. Boom! The soul massacre was destroyed. The divine beasts inside instantly turned to ashes. They felt incredibly vulnerable in the face of this punch. Crack. The imperial weapon in Jintian's hand crumbled and the fragments fell to the ground. Bang. He was also suppressed. All was futile, his grand Tao shattered along with his bones. It had smashed his entire body into little pieces with blood oozing out everywhere. Boom. Even the old battle stage couldn't withstand this relentless attack. All the laws around the stage lost their brilliance, then the entire place turned to smoke. This was too shocking. This stage was once blessed by countless ancient sages. Even the Soul Massacre earlier couldn't destroy it. However, it couldn't take a single blow from Li Qia and faced thorough destruction. Finally, everything became quiet. The world fell into a stillness. Shortly afterward, the experts all bowed on the ground. Even though they were unwilling, Nirvana Heavens and the Heaven Suppression Fist were ultimate creations. The choice was not up to them due to the omnipotent pressure. Bang! 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 Black clouds gathered above Li Qia and issued thunderous blasts. A heavenly tribulation was forming, but it still hadn't come down. Li Qia coldly looked at it with a grin on his face. All were shivering, including Jintian, who was still alive. They stared at Li Qia, who has turned into Nirvana Heavens, in astonishment. 13 palaces have broken through the limit of everyone's common sense. Everyone knew that 12 was the max. There was an old adage in the 9 worlds: 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection, 11 creates a miracle across the eons, and 12 decides the immortal emperor's throne. Since the ancient ages, only one person was rumored to have 12 palaces, and that was immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. Of course, this was merely a legend because no one had seen his palaces. The legend went on to say that it was precisely because he had 12 palaces that allowed him to remain unbeatable for a lifetime. However, what appeared before them now weren't 12 but 13 palaces. This took their breath away. No one had ever heard of this number, but Li Qia has achieved it. Perhaps he was the only one in all the ages with 13 palaces. Fear permeated the crowd. What was the significance behind 13 palaces? This was beyond their imagination. All they could say was, invincible. An invincible immortal emperor. Although he has yet to become emperor, everyone understood that the throne would take no one but him. Li Qia looked at Jintian lying on the ground and smiled. Jintian, on the other hand, was trying to support his body with both hands and retreated backward one step after another. Should I kill you now or let you live in my shadow forever? Li Qia chuckled. Jintian's heart trembled as fear spread throughout his very being. Next came despair. At this moment, his Tao heart was completely shaken. If he couldn't overcome this fear, even if he could stay alive, he would forever be under the shadow of Li Qia. At that moment, he would no longer be qualified to become emperor. Li Qia stated, although I want to torture you with this fate, I like being decisive as well. We'll just end it by killing you to save some trouble so that you won't come again. Jintian shuddered again. At this moment, he was utterly defeated. It could even be said that he had lost everything and couldn't start fresh anymore. He was still as powerful as before, but this has gone past the point of return. There was no chance for him to surpass this mental blockade. Li Qia had turned his dream into a nightmare. Chapter 1493, Jintian resorted to using his elbows to support his body while staggering backward. Terror overwhelmed him, the ever-present confidence he once had has crumbled, his fearless being felt apprehension. At this time, he was drowned in despair because of Li Qia's 13 palaces. This wasn't something he could ever surpass regardless of how powerful he became in the future. Li Qia would always be a demon in his nightmare and never allow him to find solace. Like Li Qia had said, even if he were to survive after this defeat, he would never be able to escape from Li Qia's shadow. He would be subjected to living in fear for an eternity. The crowd, at this moment, was rightfully apprehensive. Some gasped for breath due to the terrorizing atmosphere permeating the air. They knew that Jintian had lost himself. Master, go. At this time, the white general suddenly rushed forward and blocked Li Qie. Buyer. Jintian trembled and shouted after seeing this. Leave. The general shouted again as his blood energy poured out completely. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. You can still start over again later. Having said that, a loud blast resounded. He had begun to burn his longevity blood. In this split second, he burned his own Grand Tao as well. Everything was sacrificed with this final attack. A crimson spear as red as blood appeared before him. Jintian shuddered as he knew what his disciple wanted to do. He bit his teeth and entered the valley to escape by jumping into the next domain since he agreed with the general's belief. Boom! A Tao of the spear condensed on the physical weapon itself. It shouldered everything from the general, all of his vitality, longevity blood, life force, and his Grand Tao. Without a doubt, he has given up everything and focused it all in this spear. This was his final and most powerful attack. The middle-aged general's hair turned white. He instantly turned into an 80-year-old mortal. Even his back hunched over. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. They understood that this was akin to an act of suicide. Even if he could somehow win this battle, he would surely die, for all of his essences have been used up. Li Qie. Talk to my spear before thinking about crossing. The decrepit general might be bending over, but his battle intent was still surging like before. He came forward without any signs of fear. Li Qie, in his nirvana heavens, form flatly said, commendable courage. Alas, it is throwing an egg at a rock. So be it. The general cried out. Whoosh! A spear crossed the sky courageously with no return. This move was the definition of total offense. The general had openings everywhere as he flew forward with his spear to kill Li Qie. In his mind, the outcome didn't matter. He only wanted to buy time for his master to escape. This attack created a solemn and stirring atmosphere with a resounding war intent. The white general gripped his spear while veins popped up everywhere. One could see the determination and seriousness in his eyes. Boom! Li Qie threw a direct punch at the tip of the spear. Under this crushing blow, the spear began to bend. The general howled, "Die!" The blood staining his clothes didn't deter him at all. He continued forward in a frenzy. Even though his spear was becoming deformed, he still mustered all of his strength. Despite knowing that he was no match for Li Qie, he refused to let go and was ready to face death. It was nothing to him as there was only one firm will in his mind, stopping Li Qie. Boom! Like Li Qie had said, this was only throwing an egg at a rock. Even the white general's ultimate attack with his spear that contained his everything was futile against Li Qie's nirvana heavens. The spear eventually shattered and the punch made contact with his chest. With a bone-breaking sound, Li Qie actually showed mercy and didn't pierce through his opponent. Where was the Prince of Darkness group? Why haven't they showed themselves to help Jintian, who was running like a dog? Chapter 1494, Li Qie continued his pursuit as Jintian ran for his life on this vast prairie. Jintian might be fast, but Li Qie was even faster. Even though Li Qie wasn't going all out, Jintian was dragging along his wounded body so he couldn't lose Li Qie at all. In fact, his injuries worsened along the way, so his speed gradually fell. Thus, the distance between the two shortened. Li Qie was quite relaxed. He didn't want to catch up right away as if he was taking in the hunt. However, after a while, Jintian stopped and coldly stared at Li Qie. Su Yonghuang asked while looking at Jintian, "What is he doing?" "He's waiting for me to come over." Li Qie smiled freely, "Wait here, I'll go see what other killing moves he has." Yonghuang spoke with concern, "It must be a trap." Even though Jintian was as pitiful as a dog at this moment, as the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. This was one of the strongest contemporary geniuses. There was still a chance for retaliation despite his injuries. I like traps the most. Li Qie replied, before absolute power, schemes and plans are all meaningless. Plus, these schemes are trivial anyway. He grinned after saying this. Yonghuang's heart slightly skipped a beat after seeing his thick smile. She looked over at Jintian and saw a tree far behind him. She was startled. That's, Li Qie responded, yes, that's the end of the domain. The reincarnation 9 leaves is right behind him. Why isn't he going to pluck it? Yonghuang was surprised. Li Qie smilingly explained, the grand momentum. They can't break through it, but of course, they have noticed some clues. Just wait here and watch, the fun is about to begin. Jintian simply sat down to treat his wounds. There was a battalion stationed behind him. However, this battalion wasn't what drew Yonghuang's attention. The 9 leaves growing on the old tree commanded her full focus. This tree didn't look special at all, but upon a closer inspection, one would sense that something was amiss. It might look as if it was behind him, but it seemed to only be a reflection. The true body seemed to be growing in a different and independent space. Moreover, it was a master spatial sphere that remained independent from the 9 worlds itself. She understood that this was the grand momentum occupying the vicinity around the 9 leaves. Because of this, it looked like the grass was growing in an independent space. Distance shouldn't be a problem for experts. Jintian would only need to take 3 or 5 steps to get to the tree. However, he couldn't do so because the grand momentum had separated everything. It was impossible for intruders to get close. With the battalion behind him, Jintian continued his business with a calm demeanor. He was no longer flustered like a dog that had lost its master. The spectators that followed them to this place found the sight of Jintian sitting there quite strange. They wondered, what is he doing? The old charming spirit god monarch was here as well and told everyone, this is the last domain, that tree up ahead is the medicine for immortality. Medicine for immortality. Eyes lit up instantly as everyone glared at the tree behind Jintian. Does he want to protect it? This was the question after seeing Jintian and his Heaven Suppression Legion blocking Li Qie. No, this medicine doesn't require protection. The grand momentum here is already guarding it. Even Jintian has difficulty entering himself. The old monarch was too knowledgeable and immediately understood the situation. A different master replied, what does he want to do then? A fight to the death against Li Qie with his legion? That's impossible. The legion is of no use for a battle of this level. The monarch mused for a bit before looking around. Don't you all find it strange that the Prince of Darkness and the Vice Ancestor have yet to show up? People were stirred right away after hearing this. Jintian's strongest allies and staunchest supporters should logically show up when he is in trouble. There's a trap. An expert blurted after thinking of the possibilities. Many others agreed with this sentiment. At this time, it was clear to everyone that Jintian and his legion were waiting for Li Qie to jump in. Jintian finally stood up since his injuries have gotten much better. He stared at Li Qie and said, Li Qie, do you dare to come over and fight? People were surprised to hear this resounding challenge. It stood as a stark contrast to the chase earlier. This meant that Jintian had an incredible ace up his sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to try again. A moment later, all eyes were on Li Qie. Even the dumbest person would know that a trap was waiting for him. The Prince of Darkness, the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor, and the Conch Overlord have yet to show their faces. Who knows what kind of plan they had prepared? Given the circumstances and Jintian's confident challenge, it was easy to imagine just how frightening and dangerous this trap was. Just thinking about these supreme existences hiding in the darkness left many cultivators quivering with chills. An expert couldn't help but say, don't go over there. In fact, even the charming spirits felt that he shouldn't do so. Li Qie has defeated Jintian. His 13 palaces was more than enough to prove his ability to contend for the heaven's will. Leaving with a triumphant fanfare wouldn't negatively affect him in the slightest. Moreover, Jintian wouldn't have a chance to get rid of his inferiority complex. Anyone with a sliver of rationality wouldn't jump into such a trap. The wisest choice was to walk away. Li Qie has won already. It doesn't matter if he fights or not. A charming spirit expert voiced his opinion. Meanwhile, Li Qie couldn't help but smile at this challenge. He stretched and said, "Do you think this is enough to get rid of your shadow? You will never be able to stop being afraid of me until the day you die." Jintian's eyes narrowed after hearing this. It was as if someone had just stomped on his heart. He truly wanted to use this trap to kill Li Qie. Not only would it rid him of his greatest enemy, it would also erase the inner demon in his mind. Despite having this plan, he unconsciously knew that it was mere self-deception. A voice was telling him that even if he could kill Li Qie with this trap, the shadow would still remain. Unless he could defeat Li Qie in a one-on-one duel, Li Qie's invincible posture with his 13 palaces would always reappear in his mind. The darkness would continue to engulf him. After hearing Li Qie, the old monarch lamented, 13 palaces. To have an enemy such as this, one would be trapped in their shadow for a lifetime. I wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. Do you dare to come or not? Jintian steadied his Dao heart with a deep breath. He has been shaken too much today. If this continued, he himself would collapse without Li Qie personally having to kill him. Even if Li Qie ceased to exist in the future, there would be no way for him to become emperor with this wavering Dao heart. Li Qie casually smiled and said, "Your Dao heart was very steady indeed. Unfortunately, it has been moved today. Even if I don't kill you or take the heaven's will, you will still never become emperor, for you have tasted fear and are now void of confidence." He was mercilessly tugging on Jintian's heart. Jintian naturally understood this truth, but it was even more deadly when the speaker was Li Qie. If he wasn't focusing on calming down, his Dao heart could have shattered at this moment. He didn't dare to think any further and loudly shouted, "Come and fight." Everyone watched Li Qie with bated breaths. No one knew what choice he would make. In fact, they wouldn't dare to criticize him if he were to leave right now. Li Qie replied, "Fight, right? I also want to see what you have left up your sleeves. Do not disappoint me or this will be a waste of time." Having said that, he slowly walked forward. Chapter 1495. The onlookers were full of respect as they watched Li Qie boldly walk into a trap. Even those who disliked him in the past had heartfelt admiration for his decision. A charming spirit expert said, "A man should always tread forward without fear." In the past, he was a supporter of Jintian and hated Li Qie. Alas, he couldn't help but respect Li Qie at this moment. If Li Qie doesn't die, the throne will surely be his in this generation. The old charming spirit monarch sighed and said, "He has a supreme cultivation and a rock-solid Dao heart on top of being fearless. These are the necessary qualities to become emperor." It was hard for people to comment on whether an immortal emperor was good or bad. However, they do talk about the Dao heart as the most essential requirement. As for the emperor's morality, everyone had different opinions and standards. Only an unbreakable Dao heart was the universal requirement. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie had arrived. He stared at Jintian, then looked around with a smile. "Come out, your stealth techniques aren't bad, but they can't fool my eyes." Whoosh! An army appeared and blocked off Li Qie's retreat, resulting in him being completely surrounded. The Terra Ancestor, the Prince of Darkness, and the Conch Overlord all appeared at the same time with a powerful legion behind each of them. In a brief moment, the four leaders and their legions presided over the four directions and sealed the area as well as all possible paths of escape. Their vitality soared to the sky in a gallant yet murderous manner. Under the presence of such terrifying bloodthirst, the spectators nearby felt a chill. These are the strongest legions from the Spirit Abyss, Ancestral Terra, and Roaring Conch. It looks like all the elites from the Abyss are here too. Many experts couldn't help but gasp. But legions are useless when they reach this level. Someone remained skeptical. Not necessarily. The old monarch stared at Jintian's location and said, in a regular bout of this level, an army will essentially be trivial. However, if they can utilize them correctly, this might no longer be the case. Each legion allows for one to have a majestic blood energy, a life force beyond imagination. Li Qie glanced at the group before looking at Jintian and chuckled, to tell you the truth, I feel bad for your disciple. These old men have been here the whole time, but they chose to not do anything due to being afraid of alerting me. This ended with the death of your disciple. And maybe, you are aware of this as well. Your disciple's sacrifice is still within an acceptable margin in your mind. Jintian's expression changed completely as his eyes narrowed. In fact, he knew full well that the prince's group was here the whole time. In his mind, leading Li Qie here was their final plan. This trap wasn't only meant for Li Qie but also for the lunar grasped fairy and the true martial goddess. Unless there was no other way, they wouldn't go this far. It would be best if Jintian could have killed Li Qie by himself. If Li Qie were to win or the women come to help him, they would lead them here into this trap and deliver a fatal blow. The prince's group had been hiding the whole time. They wouldn't take action unless Jintian couldn't escape and until Li Qie's group made it into the trap. Li Qie poured more salt over Jintian's wound. They indeed chose to sacrifice the general. This wasn't a simple disciple for him. All along, he showed absolute loyalty and had many meritorious achievements. He also adored the general and taught him everything. To a certain extent, he even viewed him as his son. But today, the general died for his sake. From a different perspective, this sacrifice was worth it, but it was still his beloved disciple. Jintian took a deep breath to calm down. With a cold glare, he uttered, I'll have revenge for my disciple. He didn't say so when Chao Guiyao died, but he had made up his mind to avenge the general. Is that so? Li Qie smiled and told them, I actually don't see how you all can avenge him. Jintian's expression turned ugly after hearing this. In the past, who would dare to show such disdain? People respected him everywhere. Even those stronger than him would treat him cordially. However, Li Qie let him feel the taste of being looked down upon. Junior, stop running your mouth. The Terra King shouted, today will be your burial and here lies your tomb. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 hands or the ultimate power, you will still die. With an icy glare, the king spoke with great confidence. Is that so? Li Qie gave him a dismissive glance and replied, you are still only a puppet. Either come out with your real body or I'll wring your neck when I'm done with this formation. Not long ago, the lunar grasp fairy also looked down at him like this. Now, Li Qie has done the same. This drove the king mad as he laughed maniacally. Good, Junior, I'll let you see my true body then. Buzz. His body began to transform into wood as branches protruded out. Shortly after, leaves and an old face emerged. He coldly declared, Junior, I'm not leaving until I kill you. Not only did his appearance change, so did his voice. It became quite decrepit, the Terra King was no longer the same. An old Treant ancestor respectfully said, the vice ancestor is here. Many people were shaken after seeing this. The dragon bamboo vice ancestor took root within the earth so he shouldn't be able to leave the ancestral Terra. However, he created a new method. He latched onto a disciple with a similar bloodline, allowing him to leave the Terra. Even though the Terra King had his own soul, consciousness, and ideas, he was still only a puppet. One of his 3 souls was left with the vice ancestor. Because of this, it was simple for the ancestor to take control of his body. He couldn't refuse for he lacked the ability to do so. You are far from enough. Li Qie sneered. You. The vice ancestor was furious, but the prince stopped him and said, Vice ancestor, keep the plan in mind. The ancestor glared at Li Qie and snorted with great bloodthirst. Among them, the calmest was the Prince of Darkness. He stared at Li Qie and said, no one can deny your power, Li Qie. It is worthy of pride, but it doesn't mean that you are invincible. Li Qie leisurely countered, is that so? I've always thought I'm invincible in the 9 worlds. It cannot be denied that you are indeed invincible once you become emperor. The prince slowly answered, however, you must understand that the people here aren't the strongest in heaven's spirit. We might be formidable, but there are beings stronger than us still. Even if you were to escape today, you won't be able to evade all the ambushes from the real paragons. His words were quite insipid, yet people palpitated after hearing them. There are even more powerful characters? An unaware person thought that this group was already the strongest in heaven's spirit. Yes. The old monarch turned serious in response. There are still emperor assailants in heaven's spirit, real assailants. Chapter 1496. Li Qie was amused by the prince's choice of words. I know. Emperor assailants, right? If I remember correctly, from the generation of the Abyss founding members, one of the old men is still alive. When did he crawl out of the ground? Existences of the emperor assailant level were a heavy topic. After emperors shoulder the heavens' will, they would become unbeatable. Not just anyone was qualified to oppose them in a direct confrontation or be able to withstand their power infused with the heavens' will. Even if emperor assailants can't defeat an emperor or have a real contentious fight, they could still withstand the heaven-fused attacks from an emperor. This was the proof of their might. Ordinary god-kings would tremble in fear before an emperor. Once the heavens' will is activated, they would be suppressed right away, let alone put up a fight. Anyone would turn solemn when talking about this topic, but not Li Qie. It seemed as if in his eyes, emperor assailants were fleeting clouds and puffs of smoke in the sky, not worth mentioning. In fact, the experts present were stirred after hearing this. The Abyss origin was ancient. There were many legends about their founder as well. One rumor stated that this founder was the progenitor of the charming spirit race, but many charming spirits denied this claim. They believed that the progenitor was part of an ancient clan of the charming spirits and definitely not the progenitor. In any case, the founding generation was full of mysteries and myths. They resembled the ancient gods, bearing the start of an entire race. This filled everyone who talked about them with respect. Thus, Li Qie's revelation of the last surviving member from that generation made everyone ponder the implications. Those who understood the significance were creeped out. This was a true undying that had experienced numerous paradigms, a completely dreadful character. Li Qie, you are knowledgeable indeed. If you know this, you should also understand the implications. The prince replied, our ancestor is not the only existence of this level in heaven's spirit. Keep in mind, as long as we ask for it, at least 3 or 4 emperor assailants will stand on our side. The prince spoke with indisputable confidence. It was clear that he had enough cards on the table to make such a statement. People shuddered after hearing this. One assailant was already frightening enough. If 3 or 4 more came into being, just how terrifying would it be? It would be more than enough to flip over the world. If they were to become Jintian's Tao protectors, maybe he would have a chance to grasp the heaven's will. This is called having a strong foundation. Someone trembled a little and stated, the battle for the heavens will isn't only about the strength of an individual, it also considers backgrounds and resources. If 3 assailants come out on Jintian's side, it would be very unfavorable for Li Qie. People held their breaths after hearing this. Any person or sect would be afraid after hearing the prince's words. This was their real strength. Li Qie's advantages were obvious. In terms of personal strength, Jintian didn't have a sliver of a chance. However, the situation would be completely reversed if he had the support of these existences. Everyone knew that due to Li Qie's clear superiority, many imperial lineages would agree to stand by his side. However, these sects would have to think twice if the prince's assertion was true. Li Qie suddenly became the underdog. He might be strong, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to stop an emperor assailant, let alone 3 or 4 more. Li Qie responded with a nonchalant smile on his face. What implications? They're only a bunch of old men. If they are smart, they will tuck their tails between their legs. Otherwise, I'll make chamber pots out of their skulls." The crowd inhaled in astonishment after hearing this. No one would dare to say this in all of the 9 heavens, but Wuxia casually uttered such words. These were emperor assailants. Anyone would be afraid of such powerful foes and even retreat in an instant. However, Wuxia has done the opposite and declared his intention of making pots out of them. Only an immortal emperor would make this statement to become enemies with several emperor assailants. Alas, Wuxia's imperious manner showed that he didn't care for them. No one in this world can stop his overbearing nature. In the end, everyone was convinced. This was all they could say about this matter. Overreaching fool. The vice ancestor could no longer restrain himself. Wuxia was too lazy to look at him. If I'm an overreaching fool, then what are you? Complete nobodies. If you think you are strong, then come and see if I can kill you all or not. You. The Conch overlord was enraged as well. The prince, on the other hand, remained calm. Wuxia, you have a choice right now. Do not pick the wrong one or death will be the only thing that awaits you. I should be the one saying this. Wuxia grinned. I will also give you all a choice. Cripple yourselves and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will take everything from you, leaving only a fate worse than death. It seems that you think you are invincible. No tears will be shed until the coffin is in front of your face. The prince's eyes turned cold. I'll let you see it. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, the world suddenly lit up with thick and humongous Tao lines. These lines appeared in the sky and instantly intertwined to form a chapter. With loud explosions, Tao laws poured down like heavenly waterfalls. These laws just happened to enter the experts among the 4 legions. Each of them was connected to a law. Boom! At this time, Jintian, the prince, the overlord, and the vice ancestor's blood energy was connected to all the experts in the legions. This fusion was incredible. Each cultivator had a different response and level of blood energy. Moreover, their blood's affinity was different as well. It was simply impossible to fuse so many different vitalities together. However, the group of 4 has done it. The impossible became possible with their combined effort. Rumble. A supreme formation suddenly appeared beneath the area, paved by countless refined jades. Some were of exceedingly high rank as well. There were God Monarch, God King, and even immortal Emperor-level jades. In a short period of time, the power of these jades engulfed the world. It was as vast as an ocean and drowned everything. The crowd was in dismay over this new aura. The other thought rummaging through their heads was an uncontrollable desire. Even the most extravagant lineage wouldn't be able to spend this much. Those who have never seen this many jades before swallowed their saliva. The stronger of the 2 will win the chance to compete. Moreover, they will also gain the full support of Heaven's Spirit. People shuddered after hearing this. This was too tempting of a condition. Wuxia had the absolute advantage while Jintian was definitely not his match. If he could also have the full support of Heaven's Spirit, it meant that he would have the resources and power to challenge the rest of the 9 worlds. This temptation was virtually irresistible for anyone who wanted to become emperor. In this brief moment, everyone quietly glanced at Wuxia, eagerly waiting for him to make his decision. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.